we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Do you mind we were forced to be alone? Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one.
Find a way through this noise to face the sun and walk free. We've been in the shadows for far too long, fighting to breathe. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. We almost lost who we are. Now we got a fresh start. The pieces in the puzzle no longer falling apart. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. let's get it now. Take your time out, you been doing fine now. Watch me ride out, I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong, it's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out, I'll make it look easy. Time and time again, do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy, easy. Take your time out, you been doing fine now. Easy, let's go. Watch me ride out, can make it look easy. Time and time again, do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy.
I walked where no one there to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
DNS 버스 할 수 있다.
KRX 화이팅!
적당. 두두.
샤벨!
DNS 버스 화이팅.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for another Rise Group matchup to start off the day. It is, of course, KRX up against the DN Supers. I am Valdez with Wolf. How are you doing today, Wolf?
I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing all right. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's what I like to hear.
But we could talk about the games a little bit as well. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. Yeah, I did a lot of things already. You know, went out with my son, did a bunch of fun things, and then came back to work. So been up for a while, but ready to cast some games.
Pretty similar for me. Went out to coffee this morning. It's very hot outside. But it's very cool in Lowell Park, where we're going to be having this first series where we do have a very high stakes match again for DNS. And when we bring up the standings, you'll be able to tell. Look at the Rise group. Not only are they eliminated on a series loss, but if they are 2-0'd, they will be in 10th place no matter what. So it's like elimination, but also you can't even get 9th. You're just in 10th for the rest of rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, and Charvel was very confident in his recent interview after their win. He also is saying they're going to do their best to win every match and try to make it into play-ins and kind of, rewrite the history of what's happened this year and change the way people think about the team. But
interestingly, Ox also said that, yesterday on the pre-show.
Yeah.
he laid out a plan for them to win Worlds. But we'll see if that does happen, because right now they are struggling. As you can see, it is a bit of a struggle for both these squads right now, but we did see Aiming break the loss streak for QMDRX in their last matchup. And on the other side of things, we saw obviously DNS breaking their 18 loss streak, so 6 times longer the streak was broken. But neither of these teams right now faring in a comfortable position, as man, Closer is just so good. He is like a one-man army for this team right now. Charvel is definitely making the team look a lot better. It looks like a pretty big, I want to say, momentum and morale booster here. Because if I'm totally honest, I feel like he's been fine, but not like if it was Pioshik, in terms of play, things would have been different. But the team plays better when he's on the roster.
Yeah.
See the emotional moments here upon that win on the break of the loss streak, but there is still a lot more League of Legends left to play before this team is going to be smiling and looking at a play-in spot.
That crying guy is pretty famous now, actually. I've kind of seen him everywhere. Which makes sense, after a very, very long loss streak, you always get the crying fans, and he was the one that got all the focus. But yeah, still a lot of work to do. I think that the DN Supers have ways within their roster to actually make it work. But KMDRX are looking strong, especially with the addition of Aiming here, who, regardless of what has happened this year and, the issues he's gone through, he is still better than Lazyfield. So he comes over, he is an upgrade, as here's the crying guy, he's back.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll cry if they win again.
Well, we don't know for sure, but he looks very happy right now. And I think he was very happy when he was crying as well, but just a very different vibe coming into today's series. QMDRX are definitely a beatable opponent, right? I mean, I suppose anyone is in the Rise group right now. We saw Breon, after struggling, take out Nongshim yesterday. So again, anything can happen. It's about your form on the day, and a lot of it about what tools you have in your draft, as we will have Frog starting again today. Rich was put back in, but I don't think anyone was convinced that that was necessarily the right call. And it's just a revolving door here on the side of QMDRX in terms of the roster, with their new AD carry, ins and outs of the top lane, and their opponents having Charvel coming in today as well. So very different look than what we saw in rounds 1 and 2 in this matchup.
Yeah, also pretty interesting. I'm looking at the past matches here. The last 4 days, the Rise group matchup has gone 3 games. The first couple of matchups, as we entered round 3, were in Nongshim 2-0 and then a BNK KRX 2-0. But after that, it's been very close between all of our teams. That includes DNS versus Bro. That happened on Sunday. And of course, the match yesterday between Bro and Nongshim. I would be surprised if this is a 2-0. That's kind of why I was looking at these stats. I think that DNS has raised themselves up to a level that is capable of, getting leads and actually winning games through them, rather than, taking leads and just losing as they used to. And KMDRX, I mean, they're strong, but you just add in Aiming. I don't think it changes the entire situation on the team, and I think things can always get very messy in Rise Group.
What I'm very scared about for DN Supers in this matchup is now they have Aiming to contend with in the bottom lane in the 2v2, where Duckdom and Peter have just frankly really struggled. It has not been a good year for the former world finalists, who just have not been able to be anywhere near their individual form that they had a big streak of towards the end of last year. It was in part due to both of them blowing up in form that got KT with that crazy run to the World Finals in the first place that no one could believe. And it's almost arguably harder to believe how far they have fallen. Again, on a very, very downgraded roster they're playing with. But you can't blame your mid lane, your jungler, or your top laner when you're just losing 2v2s straight up with no jungle intervention.
Yeah, that's always a telltale sign that something is going wrong with the lane itself when that does happen. And I'm just really excited to get into this. The Rise group matchups have been very close, as I've mentioned before. They've been very tense, very back and forth. And I'm expecting more of that today. Later on, we do have D plus Kia versus T1. On paper, that feels like a DK 2-0, but you never know with T1. So excited to see how they're going to show up. But for this match, I believe I win for DRX. I think the addition of aiming is just enough to get them over the edge, even with a in-form with new jungler DNS. I still think there's too much work for DNS to do, even with the addition of a great shot caller like Charvel.
In their series against Gen G on Tuesday in Kespa Cup, which does still have cross-group play because we have not segregated that tournament, they took an early lead over Gen G in the first game, had a pretty massive lead, but weren't able to play out the macro and ended up losing control and not making the right choices in the mid game and fell behind. In the second game, they fell behind, but were able to actually take some pretty big team fights, about 6,000 to 8,000 gold down several fights, which actually evened up the game quite substantially. They didn't win either game and did fall 0-2, but that was, I think, for a lot of people who were watching Kespa Cup, quite a shock. And that was after the streak was broken. Then they play a close game against Gen G, and maybe against an easier opponent here in DRX, there's still hope because they have to win this series to keep the chance of play-ins alive.
Yeah, it's a long road, but it is possible, as outlined by Ox yesterday. You just got to get the ball rolling.
Just win everything, literally everything from now on, and it's fine. Who cares about what happened before?
Your form has to get even better because obviously to win everything, you don't just have to get through the Rise group teams, you have to get through the rest of the teams. As we are into draft here, I did cast the LCK Classic match 2 days ago, so I have to rewire my brain to get back into Modern League.
I kind of have to do that every day because I've been playing only League Classic at home.
Yeah.
I really, really, really am enjoying it. But
Easton was... he was in, I think, every game. He was banned in one game in that best of 3 and played in the other 2. So
he's banned here,
banned in Modern League as well.
Yeah, very strong at the moment. A champion that transcends time. As we'll see a Camille first pick here since it was left open in favor of banning that Cassiopeia. So it'll be Peter's pick here for the DN Supers in the bottom lane. So setting up for a very aggressive one here. So does leave the Jarvan on the other side as a response, and Shen, which has been the most common counter pick to the Camille, is probably going to be the response here for DRX. Doesn't necessarily have to be picked right here, but will be picked in the first rotation if they are going to take it.
Yeah, Camille very often picked nowadays and banned a bunch. Shen, which you did mention, is doing pretty well. It's 8-4. Right now, it's been played in 12 games, so Shen is very much in the meta.
Rise going to be the option here. Interesting to see that this early in this draft. Wonderful to see Closer play Anivia as a response. I don't think so. It's not really a champion I associate with Closer. Doesn't have a lot of... I mean, I'm not saying Anivia has no playmaking, but this is more up his alley. The Rumble Yone rotation here for the DN Supers is going to allow them a lot of explosive firepower, a lot of setup for the equalizer, and that Shen counter pick is going to come in on 3 here for DRX. Now maybe ban some top lane counter picks for Rumble, I guess is going to be the plan here for DN Supers.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Mbessa. Mbessa actually is 1-7 herself. Doesn't necessarily mean that she's bad, but she's being picked a lot and losing a lot, so teams haven't necessarily figured it out, but it has been a common response to the Rumble. I do like the Yone for Closer, especially for a guy who's very much on form. Just get him something that he can play make on, and you can win games off of that.
I think we see a lot of counterpick Ambessa rather than Ambessa compositions that are designed very well, as the Ziggs Camille is very powerful, so that's going to be taken away, especially with the Yone mid lane. Even with the AP top, I think the damage profile still works out really well. Talia will also be banned here, with a potential flex of the bottom lane into that Camille Talia lane. Could be strong. Not my favorite, personally, but we have seen it. So, see what this final ban is going to be. I expected Jace and Cassante to be banned, just because Cassante has done really well in this lane. But like you mentioned, the Ambessa has been a little bit more flavor of the month, so that's going to be taken away instead. So I think Frog will probably play Cassante here, and then they could put aiming on a scaling late-game carry here. I would not prefer him to play Jhin in this draft, because he is playing into Camille and Yone and Rumble. But we'll see what he opts to do, because everyone who is a veteran AD carry right now in this meta loves just playing Jhin.
Ruler, it feels like he first picks it every game one.
He could play Ezreal. It's still available.
Yeah,
no, it's not. It's actually banned.
no.
No, it's banned. It's banned. My bad.
For a second, I was like, wait, what?
No. I'm
Ow.
crazy. I'm crazy.
Wolf is just a crazy guy.
No, I'm crazy. He could just break the rules and play it anyways.
Yeah. Corki is kind of like the next one. I feel like that could be a good choice for aiming too. So it's a little bit of like, well, we can take a strong pick that's good with our comp, but also good for you. So we kind of take it away.
Yeah, that's a good point. And now this draft has so much follow-up to the dive, because the Corki follows up from far away with the Valkyrie, layers that damage in. Very safe into the Jarvan as well, similar to Ezreal, because he can just Valkyrie away from the Jarvan. And taunts probably require a flash for setup to try to catch him. And he is going to be the main ranged threat here in this draft, as Kiana will be once again the response to the Jarvan here from Charvel. What a bold choice from the jungler here that is a rookie coming in, stepping up to replace Pioshik. 0% win rate. We don't win with this champion in our region.
Yeah. I mean, he is a bit of a Kiana. I hesitate to call him a one-trick, but he definitely is.
Yunara is up aiming Zali. I feel like it's perfect for this draft, because you're playing into so much melee. You can just kind of kite your way through. Similarly, though, the Misfortune feels pretty good, because you are going to be able to utilize a lot of power with your ultimate into all of those melees running towards you if you can position well. Xayah is very strong because it's safe with her ultimate to get away from some of that engage, and even though it's low range, you've got that Rise to back you up. You've got a double DPS threat with the front line, and because they're all melee, you can still hit that damage. I would have preferred the Yunara, I think, personally, just because I think aiming is really good at that pick, and there's a lot of setup for him with a huge front line and a Shen. And if the engage doesn't go off well for DN Supers, it's so easy to clean up as Yunara. Not impossible for Xayah either, but I feel like the Yunara comes online a little bit earlier just because her ultimate gives her so much explosive power, whereas Xayah is just going to have to sit back and wait. But all three of those options were pretty good. Then he chose his preference in the end, which is the Xayah.
Yeah, I was definitely cycling through the three of them and was trying to figure out exactly what he wanted to play. I think Xayah is very safe, so it's kind of like that little Rise group safety button where you just say, well, I'm probably going to need this at some point, whether I'm out of position or whether something is going wrong in the team fight, which, let's be honest, it probably will at some point. I think Xayah allows him to kind of solo handle some situations that maybe are not going to be so great here in the Rise group. So pretty interesting stuff. We get the Xayah back here for aiming, and also Kiana for Charvel, as let's jump onto the rift for game number one.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Alrighty, game number one. As, yes, indeed, I heard from Chronicler, who just messaged us. He said that apparently he thinks he's the best Kiana in the world.
Charvel thinks that, or Chronicler thinks that?
Charvel. Not Chronicler, no.
Because, I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised at either, based on Charvel's confidence in interviews and also Chronicler's misplaced judgment of a lot of Challenger players earlier in their career. But,
yeah, maybe Chronicler's just making it up, actually. He's just trying to generate hype for a new CL player. It's like, you don't have to. I think he has enough height, Chronicler. It's okay. But yeah, generally when players say stuff like that, they're generally pretty good at the champ, and then they just fall flat on their face in pro play. So I hope that doesn't happen to Charvel, but I'm excited to watch him be good at the champ.
For the summer season, post round 2, he is 0-1 on the pick so far. And taking a look at his career stats on it, I'm just looking, he's 2-2 in pro play. So hasn't played that many games of it. It's been kind of fringe meta, so certainly not the kind of pick that even if you think you are the best in the world, you're going to have like a 90% win rate with 12 games plus. It's a Sheep Esports interview. Got the confirmation.
Yeah. Apparently the quote is, "I'm confident I can play Qiyana better than anyone in the world." So it's kind of a roundabout way to say that you think you're the best.
Well, he could be the first one to win with Qiyana in the LCK.
Yeah.
Even Kanavi hasn't done it yet.
We just haven't seen all that much. I think Qiyana's very much... It's not exactly the way we like to play things in Korea, which is very safe. As we are going in onto Aiming, who doesn't flash the stun, does flash after the fact. And Peter...
Here comes Willer, though.
And a Valkyrie forward, trying to add some extra damage, and now Peter's just dead. First blood goes over to Andil, and the flash forward from Willer. That's a red buff ticking, but it's not going to be enough slow to get Duckdom down.
And Willer was coming over there, and Duckdom gets away, but notice that Willer doesn't have a 1 in his A column. That was another 2v2 incident for the DN Supers, as Charvel's going to try to turn it around here in mid.
Oh, there's a lot of damage from the Qiyana. Yukal getting very low. Flash forward, and he misses! No, Charvel!
He said he was confident he plays the best. He said it in an interview. It was recorded. But I'm not so sold myself just yet. Oh, it was very close. Very, very close. We have a TP from Yukal and Closer. They're going to have to hightail it out of here. Or sorry, from Yukal. I think I said TP from Closer. But anyway, this is the 2v2 here where Aiming flashes late, avoids the Phosphorus Bomb there. Then Andil just does so much damage. Peter just kind of stands on him here and goes back in. And Aiming is just out of range. Willer forces the flash out of Duckdom as Corki annoys everyone with that bug that's been around for like 17 years that for some reason still isn't fixed. As Cal is so close to dead, like all that first strike damage comes through, and he misses the flash forward and just sends it.
I mean, I guess
the red buff was ticking. No translation needed, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the angle on the flash was pretty good from Yukal. You know, if we're trying to help out Charvel a little bit.
The first turret shot, like if he missed, since he missed, do you think he could have gotten away or is he died no matter what? I think he might have actually just been able to cancel it and walk out, but it would have been close. And I mean, the red buff was almost enough to kill Yukal there as well. It gives Yukal a double buff, by the way, on that note. So now Yukal's sitting on double buffs here into Closer and an early matchup for Yone into this Rise that's very frustrating now.
Yeah, I mean, if he hits the Q and just kills the Rise and gets away, I mean, I think he's totally fine. As now we have a Rise coming on to kill Duckdom as Willer gets into the party as well. Duckdom very low, will tick down.
Red buff, by the way.
Damage of Yukal's red buff.
Oh,
it's given by Charvel.
No, it's not fair. It's not supposed to be like this.
Apparently Yukal had 6 HP, by the way, when he lived under the turret. Not right here, obviously. He has a lot more than 6.
Yeah, he's the boy who lived in this one. As Duckdom, we're just going to kill him for making that Corki sound in our replays. He stopped it, actually, to make another Gatling gun here, but just a really nice dive. Again, well, not even dive, gank from Miller.
Killed him with the auto, by the way. I think the red buff probably kills him, but... Oh, God, he's making that sound again.
Yeah, it's this skin, too, that everyone picks. I also pick it when I play Corki all the time. I also do the Red Baron.
What about the Corgi one?
Nah, the Corgi one's lame. It's over.
What do you mean?
Nah.
I don't think Corgis can be lame. Like, that's not really a thing.
Are you sure? I think they can be the epitome of lame, Valdez.
Really? Why?
Everybody gets corgis because they saw the corgi in Cowboy Bebop, all right?
I don't think that's the reason why people get corgis.
I don't know about this.
It's an interesting take. I don't think I've ever heard that before, but I mean, Cowboy Bebop's a great show. I didn't finish it, but I did watch. I did watch the majority of it.
Why didn't you finish it then if it's such a great show?
Well, I was in America and I was watching a lot while I was there, and then when I came back, you know, it's just a lot of things going on.
Well, as someone who watched a lot of Evangelion, I also wanted to get a penguin as a pet, but I wasn't allowed, so.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to have a penguin as a domesticated house pet. That doesn't really make any sense.
I don't think so either.
They are cute, though.
This game state is pretty rough. We've been kind of dancing around it here, but it's a level 6 Xayah pushing in now. This lane is doomed for Duckdom and Peter, but if Charvel tries to commit more resources down here, he's going to fall further into the hole. He ends up having a farm lead here in this game because he's been farming instead, which is the right call. He needs to get those items online. Kiana's items are very cheap. Her lethality build allows her to get 2 items very quickly, and sometimes even 3, heading into the mid-game, especially with first strike farming. But he hasn't been able to get as much first strike this game as he would have otherwise liked. Got it a little bit in that mid-gang, but wasn't really happy with the end result. Top lane is also an advantage right now for Dudu, as he's been able to get a little bit of first strike printing himself into the Cassante. But otherwise, this mid-game that needs to be really powerful here for DNS, even before the Corki's 2-item spike, is just falling a little bit flat right now.
Yeah, DNS making a concerted team effort to try to go for these grubs and making it very obvious that this is where they're going to go. KRX seem to want to respond to this as everybody's in the pit at the moment. But top laner's also coming down. In goes Willer, just going to get ulted in the river as now an ult in from Closer. They're trying to take out the kill on a Willer, and they will be able to get it as he goes in and tries to get one of the grubs, and he does get punished for it.
Yeah, really nice punish to come through here for DNS. I mean, the core of this, like you said, is they grouped. They were set up. Well, they made a really heavy commitment to this fight, and as a result, the sort of last-minute broken-up contest for KRX just can't crack it. Not only does Willer die, but he fails to secure the grub as well. So 3 grubs go over to DNS. With the Yone in their composition, pretty important. Tuckers, don't scare me. Aiming has exhaust, flash, and ult. You are a Corki, not a Corgi.
Yeah.
And look, I talked a lot of smack about Corgis earlier being lame. It's not. I was just trying to say I don't like the skin. If you have a Corgi at home, please don't be offended. But this fight here, setup is too good. Dudu also on the top side here with Equalizer. And Willer goes in, gets stunned by Charvel, gets equalized, gets slowed, and just bursts down. Yukal tries to set up a Realm Warp for him to escape, but just too much damage too quickly. Nothing for it here for KRX. You know, Shiba's I am a little bit more a big fan of in terms of the size of dog. And I think the scream is endearing.
You think it is?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You don't think so?
I don't know if I've ever heard it, but I have heard about it. So I can't say whether or not it's endearing to me.
It's an expression of how the Shiba is feeling at that moment.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm not... I have 2 cats at home. I think you have 3, right?
Yes.
I don't know if we're really qualified to talk about dogs in this manner, but Frog, or rather Dudu, is going to be going down here in the 1v2. Nice little gank coming up from Willer, and good setup from Frog.
Yeah, Charvel was on the top side of the map, but way too far away. And I don't think they had any vision there. There's a control ward in the river. And Dudu just too far up, unfortunately, trying to print more money. Still has a gold lead after that play earlier, but definitely taking a big hit here. And this game state still favored to KRX because their composition is going to, it looks like, be able to get through some of the tougher parts of this Yone Corki 2-item spike with the lead that it has now. The fact that Xayah is ahead, the fact that Ryze is ahead is still the bigger issues than the lead that Kiana and Rumble have. And they really want to have leads everywhere, especially in this bottom lane, but they fell behind. They died in the 2v2 Duckdom lost his flash early. So all these small things adding up here.
Charvel's coming in once again. And now Ondil's kind of in an awkward spot. He is Shen with flash, but Camille trying to lock him down. Gonna get ulted here by Closer, but he just goes over the wall, still has flash, and the Shen is now miles away from everyone. So a couple of ults here for the side of DNS do not pan out.
Ondil has to use his flash, so that's a small win, I suppose, and that really hurts his engage potential in an upcoming fight, for example, like Dragon. So if they can get these ultimates out, stall the Dragon a little bit, get Closer and Peter's ults back up, then it'll be worth it for DNS. But if they can't, not going to feel great about it. As the Jarvan is going up through the river here. I'm going to say I'm looking for it. Got him. He's looking for the Q3. Gets the pullback here. And he tells him to take the kill as well. As the kill for the Jarvan, a little bit more powerful and more useful in this game than the K'Sante. It's going to be relevant later on, and right now is just sitting on a Rookern to get through the lane to be a front line many minutes from now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need a second item against Kiana and Yone especially. So we'll see when he gets there, but the Rookern first is a good call. Very good into Rumble.
One of the problems with this Kiana pick for me in this game is that it doesn't have an easy lane to gank. Like, he was almost able to get Yukal in the mid lane, right? That was the one opportunity he saw. Bottom lane was kind of a disaster, so we had no pressure there. And then K'Sante just doesn't really care about Kiana that much, even if Rumble was able to stack away for him to try to dive. So it's really hard for him to actually snowball this game without just farming. And that's what he's doing after that initial failed gank there in the mid lane. And they did get grubs off of a play from him there as well, but I think he wanted to be able to snowball this game. We see Kiana into Jarvan a lot because sometimes you can just turn the Jarvan's engage around by ulting his Cataclysm immediately. But that, in practice, kind of ends up being a more niche thing, and you're really just trying to outpace him in the jungle and also find some lanes to accelerate, but he's been unsuccessful at doing so, and in fact, unfortunately, accelerated the mid lane against his team. And, it's just one missed ability that changes the whole tide of what this early game has looked like.
Yeah, it's a big problem when Yukal is 2-0, and we know what Ryze can do when he gets really fed. Going to be looking for that actualizer eventually. Third item, hopefully.
He went for the upgraded steel caps, which is super rare, but in this matchup and into the Kiana, it makes a ton of sense because Ryze's whole thing is he wants to get Rod of Ages, and he wants to be very difficult to kill, and with all this AD damage, that's the way to do it. It's usually Merc Treads you pick up, especially in this meta where we even see Mage's bottom lane sometimes, but he's just taking the other way around this time, which I actually really like. It's a great choice.
Yeah. I think that extra tankiness is going to be pretty big for Ryze, who, eventually you just want to get your big combo off and survive through it, and maybe even just put your face into the enemy team to make it happen. Because the enemy team has a lot of damage, but especially with the last pick, Kiana, there's just really not any frontline. Your frontliners are very squishy. If you think about Camille, and then who? Rumble? Definitely can take a ton of damage themselves, so gonna have to be careful about that.
Also, if you go in and you get rooted by the Ryze or the Feather pullback, or the Cataclysm comes down, it's really easy for QMDRX, as long as they survive the initial salvo, to win every fight, basically. There's not really a front to back in this for DNS in most cases, especially not from behind. They have evened up the gold, though, in this game. Did see the second Dragon picked up by QMDRX. It's a Chemtech Soul in this one, which is honestly fantastic for both teams, but I really like it for QMDRX because they have the K'Sante and that tanky Ryze we were just talking about. As Dudu's continued to try to print money, he really has done quite a lot of that. It's the biggest gold lead on the Rift right now. He's going to have to utilize it well in upcoming team fights. The Rift Herald is live, which is why everyone is grouped here on the top side with the exception of those top laners. Frog can stop Dudu's his teleport, but Dudu cannot do the same, so Frog has some inherent movement freedom here to actually come up and fight for this if they want to commit fully. But it looks like DNS, or at least for the moment here, just going to back away entirely. And they want to be the ones who control the momentum here. They fought hard for the grubs, but this Herald is also so important for their comp to be able to be ahead the way it wants to be when Duckdom's seeing that 2-item spike. And right now, just giving up a lot of control. Not fully ceding it, but I mean, DRX is starting to read like, hey, I think some people are walking away. The Yone pushes the top wave, and there's that TP back here for the Rumble. Interrupted.
Yeah, it's interrupted, so it's just going to be a taunt flash coming on in. Charvel trying to hit an ultimate, gets super low, and just dies to aiming. So not the best Kiana move I've ever seen, but a nice little ultimatum onto Willer at least secures the kill but he picks up the eye.
That was a clean move. Oh, Duck Dom.
Yeah, he just Valkyrie'd over that wall, but thankfully, oh, no, UCal says enough with the blast cones, but there's going to be a second one and a flash here from Duck Dom gets him away.
He does get away, double sums expended. But that was a really cool move there, actually. The Realm Warp was designed to actually catch them on retreat, but instead they just hold their ground and get that additional kill there onto Willer. I think that was the best that fight could have gone at the state it was in. As Closer has a friend here.
UCal going to test his tankiness by just running in. He's got a Shen with him as well, and now Closer in a bit of trouble, but trying to get that kill on a UCal first. And now with the red buff, he's just going to town on both of these guys. Gonna miss that Q3, but he still hits the next Q to take down Ondil as Peter with a nice little donation up in the top lane, and that means that DRX actually get the cleanup in the end.
Yeah, Peter tries to go in there, gets rooted. The minion wave falls away, so he picks up turret aggro, and UCal takes the kill. Frog interrupted that teleport. That's why I mentioned right before the fight that Frog actually has a little bit of extra agency, and it's rare to see a Rumble teleport get interrupted like that because you just don't interrupt in the face of the enemy top laner. So watch this on the minimap. You can see, I mean, if you didn't see it just now, you missed it, but he is interrupted on his attempted TP, so they end up getting the secure here. And Charvel goes down, and this Realm Warp is attempting to catch Peter and Duck Dom, but they turn this engage around. Peter jumps onto Willer. It's pretty slick, and Duck Dom is able to escape with some Blast Cone shenanigans, so it ends up being very worth. As in this play here, initially UCal coming over, but is collapsed on by Closer's Q3, and Peter coming in. But there's the Shen ultimate, which buys a ton of time. Duck Dom is coming up. Or sorry, not Duck Dom. Aiming is coming up.
Yeah.
And
we got a third Drake on the way, by the way.
This is a big fight.
DRX are set up on this, and Charvel can't get in. I think he's just a little bit too squishy. He's going to try, but not going to commit to the bit. As now they're going to look for the engage after the dragon was taken, and Peter's just going in and dying as the ult's not going to do a whole lot, and now Charvel is exhausted in the backline. He's going to go down, and now it's a 5v3 in favor of DRX, and they're just taking him down one by one as DNS are going in by one by one. And now Duck Dom's going to be isolated. It's a very messy fight, and DRX, they just hold their ground.
Not going to get the blast cone this time. No flash from the previous play. Down he goes, bottom turret down, and DRX may have just won the game off of this defense of the dragon. And like you said, the fight is so late here for DNS. Frog zoning Dudu away. Herald is used here for some extra combat power, but it really just isn't needed, as this engage from Ondil doesn't really hit, right? And DNS think, okay, this is my chance to re-engage, but Peter's so squishy. They get the root off. Charvel's ultimate is big, but the follow-up here is so weak, and the equalizer placement leaves a lot to be desired. Need to be much further back there to really get value into the retreating DRX members who just kite it back. Then this time the Realm Warp chase is a go, and Duck Dom's like, maybe this blast cone will save me too? No. And then in the bottom side of the map, they get the clear of the turret. So just a whole lot of value here for DRX, and their comp is just truly well rolling down the hill.
Yeah. I mean, 10 stacks, Dark Seal, 2 items completed here for UCal. This is 20 minutes into the game. They have 3 dragons looking at a Chemtech Soul. So he's, you know, even if they try to take him down, he's just going to get more damage and more difficult to kill, and they only have damage, DNS. And we saw what their team fighting looked like as well, which is, you know, DNS, they can get through early games, but unfortunately, some of those old problems of not being able to team fight well are coming back to bite them. And unfortunately, the addition of Charvel not going to help them this time around.
Closer just laughs at the Yone.
Yeah. And Closer doesn't really deal damage to UCal right now.
Frog is a Cassante, and he has some teammates coming down, so I don't know if DNS should fully send it here.
Frog is just going to go in, try to pull Peter over and get a little bit closer to his team. But eventually it is a lot of gold that goes in the pockets of Dudu.
Here's UCal with ult coming up.
Charvel goes in Viz, but eventually he just dies.
There's no turret.
The rotation comes in, and now the Realm Warp is there. Gonna just go directly into them. They say, we are far enough ahead to just pull the trigger. Duckdom is going down, actually, from miles away to the red buff of UCal, and they clean him up in the bottom lane.
And that's what I was saying. I mean, you thought you found a Cassante, but it takes so long to kill him, and he plays it so well. Frog pulls the enemies towards his teammates that are rotating over. UCal's Realm Warp is coming up in like 10 seconds when this starts, so he can safely join and get the follow Realm Warp play. I mean, look at where he is right now, by the way. He pushed a Yone out of top lane. He's killing that last plate on the turret. He's like, guess I'll clean up bottom lane too. Shows up here super late, but the isolation is there for Charvel. He gets the kill, but is taken out, and then the Realm Warp chase is easy peasy, and Duckdom's got nowhere left to go. The equalizer here only impacting Willer, who, yes, dies in this exchange, but it's absolutely worth it for QMDRX. The only thing that results in this play really for DNS, it's him, is that because it was him down there, he didn't get the turret, but he just got it right now.
Yeah. Charvel's trying to do a thing again, as I saw an ult go into the wind, and this time the feathers.
Charvel's face says it all, and if Willer hadn't gotten involved, it would have been a solo kill for aiming.
I mean, this is always what happens. I'm sure Charvel is a great Kiana player, but if you ever make a statement like that in an interview very confidently, it almost always turns out that the pressure is really high in your next game of that champion, and you just kind of drop the ball. And so far, I've definitely seen better Kianas in my time, as DNS trying to come in here and stop the Baron from going down, but Frog is the gatekeeper and is just going to push them away. They don't even bother going in, knowing that they won't have a chance.
So I want to remind everyone of the stakes, and we're going to do it a little bit more throughout the rest of this game and this series, but, well, after this team fight. Duckdom, no flash.
Duckdom, no flash, no Valkyrie. He's just in the Cataclysm and just dies, and so does his lane mate there, Peter.
I think maybe QMDRX are reminding them of the stakes in this one. It's still very important for them as well in this group to make play-ins and have a run with this new bottom lane they've picked up. And they're trying to push to end, this game relatively soon. I mean, they can't do it at 23 minutes, even with this Baron here, but they're starting to open up the inners, right? Like, they have Soul on the cards here, as UCal's is going to start this up with Willer. So, for DNS, if they lose this series, it's just done. Their series, their year, everything is over. If they reverse sweep, by the way, their chances are not in their control. And an extra game win here for QMDRX, even if they do reverse sweep, hurts so much. Every single game you lose puts you one step closer to elimination, even if you get that reverse sweep, and that's a big if. Look at the game state right now. I don't think DNS fans are sure they're going to just bounce back after this one, as it's 24 minutes and a 6,000 gold lead here nearly, and they're breaking open the base.
No, not like this! As UCal, he went for Zonius. He doesn't even need the actualizer. I think that's actually a good call. When you're this fed at this point in the game, you can do stuff like that. You can flash under the turret, and there's no way for DNS to punish you. As the Realm Warp, maybe a little bit over-aggressive, but honestly, I feel like they can do whatever they want at this point. As the taunt's going to come in, Closer gets pushed away, and they have a wave now. Equalizer's going to be pretty good. Oh, it was for a little bit, until it wasn't. As now Root's going to come down, DNS are just going to send it. Closer hits a nice ult, but the wallets are just a bit too heavy, and aiming is so fed as well at this point. The two carries of QMDRX just rip them apart.
So I guess they can just push to end, actually. Maybe when I said it earlier, I should have stuck with the reality of the situation. I don't think they can end at 23. It's a long push and a long fight, but actually, Valdez, maybe they can.
Yeah. Oh no, Closer. I mean, look at the damage of UCal. This is absolutely disgusting right now. As Charvel, he hit an ult into the inhibitor, and well, now he's dead. But they did get UCal.
All right, they stopped the push.
Yeah, they were having a bit of fun. I don't think they had to go that crazy with the push.
All right, so if I had to ask you, chances of DNS getting out of Rise Group and making play-ins, higher or lower than their chances of coming back and winning this game? Which one is more likely, Valdez?
I think, honestly, coming back in this game.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think so. So, like, that's where we got to keep our mental right now. If you're thinking about the entirety of the rest of your year, this game is like, it's nothing, man. It's a freebie.
Yeah. Also,
so easy. The comeback is going to be real. This equalizer, you know, it was pretty decent. It kind of messed up the positioning here of DRX, and UCal took a lot of damage from it. Ultimately, he still has Zonia's here, so is going to be able to actually kind of outplay UCal's last moment there. Or sorry, Dudu's last moment there. And survive for a little bit longer, but they do ultimately get him. It's actually Duckdom who gets the kill, and now we reset.
And Aiming is trying to make as much of an impact with the lead he has as possible. Even went for the Bloodthirster before the IE, and it just means that he is not doing as much damage, but also he's kind of unkillable as well, because not only is he Xayah, but he is a Bloodthirster. As they are diving some turrets, they don't necessarily have to do this, as they're sieging the
But there's
turret
nothing
without
up.
Baron.
They got Chemtech Soul, and I think they're a little bit bored with this game. So they are going to try to force it. I mean, look, UCal goes mid, sets up another wave. Bottom is already 2 super minions deep on the push, so Dudu's going to have to answer that, and that means that this is going to eventually go down this turret. If anybody died, the game just ends instantly. Willer has GA and is not phased by Sharvel.
He's like, God, you guys really have to delay this back? I mean, you're not going to get me, so. Looking for closer. Exhaust comes out from Aiming as he wants to kill. He's got Ondil with him. Flash on in just to kill closer. And I mean, I guess at this point you can just expend everything to try to end this game as quickly as possible. As a flash on in, it is going to get him with the taunt. Duckdom in a lot of trouble. Flashes away, immediately dies, and they are really just trying to ham-fist this one, and they do not care. Chemtech Soul and 8,000 gold lead.
Hey, game win time matters for some weird tiebreaker scenarios later on. So, I mean, you got to end it as fast as possible in a close group like the Rise group, and I think they are going to succeed. They didn't get it in 24, but in 28, this base is in tatters, and the Nexus should fall.
Yeah, might as well just end it here. UCal takes a 9th kill for the road, and they will take their first game here.
Sharvel, man, his face on this one. Because the course of this game, based on that Q hitting or landing on that dive onto UCal, everything could have changed. If he gets that kill, then the Yone gets ahead, he gets away, he starts taking over the jungle, maybe the bottom lane gets stabilized, maybe there's a world, but with him not getting the kill, with him chasing under the turret, with him giving the double buff to UCal, everything started to snowball from there, but the bottom lane was a disaster. And even though Dudu was able to get a lead on the Rumble, he showed up to team fights where the rest of his team was just, you know, they were figuring it out still. They got that one really good fight on the Grubs.
Yeah.
That was clean.
I mean, one fight, definitely not enough to actually win you a series, and at this point, already dropping a game. I just don't see this happening for DNS today. Team DRX look like they're on top of their game. Really, no big mistakes from them, except maybe the overcommit on the Grubs from Willer. Outside of that, you know, pretty much just playing a good game. And you saw UCal with his arm around Aiming's shoulder there after the game. Had a lot of positive things to say about Aiming, thinks he's a fantastic AD carry, and just loves to have him on his team. So UCal seems happy with the arrangement, and so far it's looking good for Team KRX as another hand on the shoulder from UCal. DNS have a lot of work to do if they want to come back and try to make it out of Rise Group and into play-ins. I just don't see it happening, Wolf. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in Game 2 after the break.
연기하면 돼.
찍게 간다.
연기해줄게.
기다려.
야 도발 굴러갔어. 와봐 앞으로 와봐. 이겨.
끝. 그만.
야 바텀 라인 온다. 바텀 라인 얘들아. 바텀으로 가자.
라이즈가 바텀으로 와줘 이거. 형이 밀어내줘야 돼 우야자.
내가 해줄게. 이거 내가 키아나 쪽 밀어내. 아니야. 너 해. 오케이. 내가
들어와. 럼블 박사야.
정면 좀 밀어내봐.
나 키아나만 봐줘. 키아나 절대 못와 하나만. 오케이.
럼블 줄게요.
럼블.
죽여봐. 죽이자. 우리 카이 볼게.
나이스요.
나이스요.
나이스. 잘했다.
지렸다 이거.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Kiwoom DRX take game number 1, which means Mr. Daniel Ox Harrison, alongside with Did and myself, the DN Automotive Supers are down to their final loss, and if they lose, they will not be able to win the 2026 League of Legends World Championship.
It does make it significantly more difficult.
It hurts.
If they lose this next game and then can't qualify to play-ins, playoffs, Worlds, that would make it harder to win Worlds. So I can see how this has been a big road bump for the team.
That is what I expect here from my analyst. It would be harder to win Worlds by not qualifying to Worlds. What did? Now to you.
I mean, honestly, I really like their draft though. You know, I think they had the clever idea about how they want to like build up their team comp. So they start up with the Camille first pick, which is not normal nowadays because you can just easily counter with the Shen and Leona. But them having Rumble and Yone at the same time like gives so much pressure on enemy team to block their engages. I think when Camille jumps in, Yone follows through, and then the Rumble ult comes in. So I felt like they had such a clever idea about their draft and also the bot lane as well.
My only concern with this draft really is that Camille and Kiana often have to lead the charge. They're very squishy, they're very hit or miss. These are champions, if you're having a bad game, it goes bad quickly. Whereas the other side, you know, like Shen, much more stable pick. And unfortunately, we saw Peter and Charvel really miss more than they hit in this one.
Yep, and that is where we start in the big stories of this in Highlight 1. Oh,
I mean,
oh no.
I was really happy about like how they played the bot lane. I think it was really good all lane, but it was misplay, huge misplay from Dokdam. I think he should just hold his Q until Xayah flashes out so he can actually secure the kill. But they completely misplayed when they actually traded really well. And also the mid lane.
Oh!
This one,
wait,
very painful.
Hold.
Oh man, it's just painful.
Hey, double buffs to Yukal. I wonder what he's gonna do with those.
Yeah,
no.
Get the mid push.
Again, shout out to the casters for calling this one out, but Duckdom's like, all right, I dodged that one. All right, I tanked this one. All right, I'm good, right? 1 HP? Red buff tick.
So for me, they had such a great idea and great draft coming into the game, but they didn't just execute it well. On the bot lane and the mid lane, it was for sure them having a great early game because they played really well, but it just didn't work out at the end.
Hey, yesterday we had the Elder Dragon buff hurting itself. This time it was Charvel's own red buff getting turned around onto Duckdom. But the DN Automotive Supers, they kept it close. It was only about 1,000 gold lead up until this fight at 18 minutes around the Drake pit where, again, not so good here from Sharp.
So I think this is pretty painful because Closer actually uses his Unbind Soul early to force the Cassante away. That means he doesn't actually have it in the fight. So when the engage comes through, Peter does just kind of get focused down here, doesn't get much value. But Charvel actually ends up getting this big triple stun, Equalizer on top. So 2 people were stunned, Equalizer's on top, Xayah's already low. Where's Ayone? Ayone's not following up because he doesn't have his Unbind Soul. The Kiana dies. Next focus is the Rumble. And then, oh, now he has it. Now he's going to ult, but that's way too late. And I think if the cooldown was available before then, you can see what the comp could have done. if they were able to execute, but I think just a misuse of skills really let them down there.
And also miscommunication. If they wanted to look for the fight after the Drake, then they should have just say, hold your spells, I'm gonna go in, you can change CC after all. But it was not there, and I think they're just missing so many parts right now because I thought they had such a great plan, but you know, in game it didn't work out.
Yeah, again, just such a tough feeling if you're a DN Automotive Super supporter after that great feeling of getting over the line and getting the first win. That looked like a quintessential DNS game where you're kind of in it, you're making mistakes. It's really clear. We're spending the whole post show talking about DNS and not about what Kiwoom DRX did because they had chances, but ultimately fumble it. Let's see how they do in game number 2 as we send it back on over to Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you very much, guys, as we are back here on the cast for game number 2, as the guys over at Just Jerk did do some content with Kiwoom DRX, and they did a bunch of dancing. It was very fun, and they're here to watch them and support them. A good day to support them because it just looks like Kiwoom DRX are the much better team tonight. Although, in Rise Group, you never know because sometimes these teams have like the worst game of all time in game 1, and then they're a different team in game 2.
They taught Yukal how to do celebration. He did it, he executed it well, and maybe it was the right time to teach him because Kiwoom DRX look like they're on the up and up right now. Maybe he's got a few more he hasn't shown us just yet. The DN Supers will choose blue side, and this will leave Kiwoom DRX with first pick on red side. So kind of an opposite way of doing things normally. We'll see what kind of lane they can get in the bottom side of the map to set up for a potential, steal away of the enemy blue buff. We always see that push where the jungler comes over. If they have that winning 2v2, one of the big reasons why you pick blue side. As we move into the second game, self-proclaimed Kiana God is not going to be allowed to play it again.
Yeah, I think that's a positive for everyone, including him, because after that, I don't think he would play it again anyway, if he were allowed.
He may never play it again.
That might have been the first and the last time we see it here at the LCK for him. But yeah, it is what it is.
There's a lot of focus on Yukal here in this draft. Obviously, Orianna against first pick is a mandatory ban, but also the Cassiopeia has been taken away. Ezreal banned again. No Bard and Vayne will be the final ban here, so some potential for an early top lane pick here for the side of Kiwoom DRX, depending on what they want to grab. The Vi taken away again. So, what's it going to be? In this meta, it's pretty flexible what you grab on one. Every team has a different idea about it. Lee Sin is available. Is Willer willing to pull that one out is the question. And this pick is just so powerful right now, and every jungler is good at it.
I thought he was saying Poppy. Just trying to read his
Maybe he's worried about the Poppy.
Because the Poppy is available too.
Yeah.
So I think the Lee Sin, definitely a good shout, but maybe we just get an insta Poppy response.
Or insta Karma response. That would be very unusual, and I thought it was just a hover, but Karma Skarner. So yesterday we talked about Lee Sin Chicken, which is a game that LCK junglers play where you wait to see if the Skarner's available or not, and then you think you're in a safe spot, you lock it in. They did pick the Lee Sin first right into the Skarner. So we'll see how this pans out here, the next part of this draft. Could lock up a bottom lane here into this Karma lane that we don't know what it's going to be paired with, but probably something like a Jhin. And they'll get the Engage Nautilus here to be able to try to fight fire with fire. I like the Misfortune Nautilus into this lane because it has a lot of base damage to be able to trade aggressively even with those Qs flying through. Not the Jhin, but rather the Sivir looks like is going to be DuckDom's plan, which I like more with this Skarner. Skarner Jhin, pretty good, but this is a lot of late game scaling power and wave clear in the mid lane, which is good into the Misfortune that often does control that mid lane once you get out of the bottom lane. Even with her Bloodthirster. Not about fighting the champions, but about dealing with the wave clear.
Yeah, and I think the MF is going to be able to deal with that pretty well. I'm worried because I don't know if many Rise Group teams can get to a spot where they can effectively utilize a Sivir comp. you know?
Yeah.
I just don't know. And that's also just a Rise Group team in general. We're talking about DNS here, who is currently at the bottom. And DuckDom, who's been struggling, I think, out of all our 80 carries the most.
Well, if you have a Karma Sivir lane, can you lose lane? Is it possible?
It is. Anything is possible.
Are you sure, Valdez?
All of the rules are bent and broken in Fry's group. That's the way it goes.
I find it really interesting that DNS have put so much emphasis on banning away UCal's Cassiopeia, for example, when I think their best performing player by a country mile is Closer. And now, you know, Closer's pool is going to be thinned out a little bit here as well. No Syndra to be picked up in this one, which don't necessarily know what that means just yet. They also banned the Akali. So what's Closer's plan? As he has a really big role to play in getting this team to that late game where the Sivir is going to shine. We've seen Galio in drafts like this, but Victor is going to be the pick instead. So double scaling here on the side of the DN Supers. Not a whole lot of engage outside of this Skarner.
Yeah, putting Closer on Victor with a comp like this, I think is grounds for a penalty. Closer, I'm sure he can play a fine Victor, but he is not, you know, a quote-unquote Victor player. And as you mentioned, they don't have any engage. They're just going to be sitting back, clearing waves, and hoping to scale. And I think a team like DRX can absolutely punish that.
The fact that we can cycle between two completely different roles in Aurora and Silas here for UCal, and both of them seem incredibly good into what DNS has, means that I think something has gone wrong. And then, to top it all off, Jace goes all the way through the draft, and you got to counter the Jace with a Yorick. So they have side lane power in this draft here for DNS with the Yorick, assuming nothing goes wrong. There's at least on the other side, so things often do. But if you do get to that late game that you said Rise teams struggle to get to, if you do get to that late game that you said DN Supers did struggle to get to, you got the Victor, the Sivir, the side lane power of the Yorick, the Skarner for Impale power, counterpick to the Lee Sin. Maybe the dream of lifting the World Championship trophy will persist. Because otherwise, you will not pass go, you will not go to play-ins, you will be in 10th place, and you will be in 10th place for the rest of the year, and your year ends here. So you better be feeling pretty good about that Yorick counter pick right now. You better be feeling pretty good about stabilizing in the mid-game if you are DNS, or it's all over. All right, I'm done with the stakes
well
for now.
said,
I'm done with
well
the stakes
said,
for
well
now.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah. A bit of woke, you could say. Maybe throw that in chat, because that's kind of how I felt. Definitely, you know, it's important to reiterate how important this is. For
they will also not collect $200. So.
Yeah, I don't know how many dollars they will collect if this continues. As Team DRX, things looking really good on their side. Tons of very easy hard engage with the Nautilus and boodles and boodles of damage. Here we go. Game number 2 starts now.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Alrighty. Game number 2. As I hear the DNS fans once again beginning their extra chance of, you guys can do it. You can win.
They can win, actually.
Yeah.
This draft can actually work. It's not a horrible draft by any means. It is just I have a lot of questions about their ability to play it. And I think this is how the LCK goes, right? Like this, I feel like this is quintessential LCK. Your entire year is on the line. The entire world is watching. You cannot mess it up, no matter what, period. And did you choose what's good for you, or did you choose what's good, what you think, for the meta? They chose the meta, and now they are choosing to look for a bit of an all-in, a barrier trade in bottom lane. They got that counter pick to the Lee Sin. Let's see how it works for Charvel, the rookie.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, at least Charvel doesn't have to be, you know, making crazy plays. He doesn't have to be on something that's very volatile like the Kiana. And Skarner, perhaps a little bit easier to shot call on, where he can just kind of be in the front, press his ult if he has to, look for targets that are out of position, and try to make the play.
He won't be flashing any Qs under turret, try to secure a kill.
No. Well, You could. I mean, we have seen Skarners do crazy things with their rocks, but
he went red smite.
Yeah,
he's ready to brawl.
I think in his case, probably just take it easy after that first game. And that's kind of his job too, because, you know, just kind of play neutralizer. And Duckdom misses the spell shield on the double up there. Just play neutralizer and try to help your lanes get through the laning phase. If you can do that, I mean, then we have a game. If Willer takes over the game for 10 minutes, then we don't.
Charvel, this time, 100% win rate on Skarner. Hasn't lost a game.
Ooh!
That one left that same sound effect throughout the entire audience. The Korean commentators and probably everyone at home watching just gave that same audible oof.
Yeah. UCal is playing a champ that I would expect Closer to play. Closer's playing a champ that UCal plays quite a lot. That actually might be a big reason why they picked the Victor here. Not just because it goes with comp and stuff, but because UCal also plays a ton of Victor. And there were already a lot of mid-bans, right? So you could just take the Victor away and chop down UCal's champion pool even more.
Frog has a ward, so this first potential gank for Charvel will just simply be that, a potential gank that will never be realized. As he just takes it back. Peter.
It's a hook on the Peter, and aiming did get a back in. Picked up a cull or fillable.
This is why you pick Misfortune Nautilus into Karma, because especially Karma Sivir, you just can't damage them in the trade very well. They have the wave advantage though now. Duckdom will get a little bit of damage back in.
They're not in a good spot here. The spell shield is going to be used, and all of a sudden, Duckdom is going to get hooked after the fact, goes for the barrier. And with that Q, it looks like enough damage was done to aiming. Flash trades as Peter tries to take out aiming, but it's not enough.
The Flash Mantra Q right into the minions. They were right in his face. Really wanted to get that kill, and if they weren't there, he would have. But they were there, and it did not look graceful, but it was very scary for QMDRX fans, nonetheless, I would say.
Yeah. Also an awkward timing now on the trade where Ondel used his heal very early. He's about to get it back, so they have to back away and respect that if they know the timing, which they do.
Mid prio here for UCal. Willer's going to come over here and try to take some of these chickens away with his E. We'll be able to get those minis, and UCal's just going to make sure that he's safe to do so, as that wave is already pushed through. Yeah, when you go in as the Nautilus into Sivir Karma, when you have a Misfortune does more damage, you just put your shield up and take that damage back as the Nautilus, and then the Misfortune gets more damage onto either the Karma or the Sivir, whoever's in range, and you just repeat that trade pattern on a pretty low cooldown with the Dredge line. That's kind of what they've been doing. Is UCal, they have to flash. Oh, nope.
It's just going to ult, and Charvel, unfortunately, not level 6, so can't force a flash out of UCal.
Doesn't have TP, though. Like we mentioned, he had prio because he TP'd back first and got that onto Closer, so now he doesn't have TP, and maybe DNS could get a dragon here.
Look at this Hex flash over the wall, and Peter has no idea that the Lee Sin is over here. Peter, no flash, and he is about to go down as the flash forward here from Willer wants to make sure there's no time to get an extra shield or anything, and First Blood goes over to Willer's Lee Sin.
All right, well, bit of a punish there, and just when it looked like maybe DNS had enough of a group up here to try to contest for that dragon with the force of UCal back to base. Instead, they lose their support, and UCal is just back in the mid lane. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they don't really need it now to secure the dragon. Bottom lane in complete control of QMDRX, and Closer is just going to have to hold the wave. And so every small advantage that DNS had in that moment just washes away. Bit of a Hex Flash shenaniganry coming through, and a setup there onto the Karma.
Yeah.
As Ondil is making his presence known in the support matchup today.
Yeah, I mean, last game he was playing Shen, had great play early on, right, to get that kill, and then eventually was just all over the map. He wasn't, like, super flashy, but he hit a couple of big taunts and did his job on the Nautilus once again, making big plays. UCal not having a very fun time in terms of his health bar, but he's not falling that far behind against a Victor. I think this is fine. Just trying to farm it out. And Hume DRX will still enjoy a very nice lead here early on. I said that Charvel has to stop Willer from running away with this game. But
So far hasn't stopped him yet, but scaling is on the side of DNS. It's not an insurmountable lead. They're not massively far behind in all of their lanes or anything like that. It's really just the Jace that generated the lead there, at least in a small advantage.
Yes.
Yeah, still fine. Still fine. Just like winning Worlds, still a possibility. We're not doomed yet. Not even like officially knocked out. As Peter here just doesn't know Andil's here, and the Willer jumps on him. The Willer flashes just to make sure. Maybe he even like thought there was a chance Peter still had flash or something. I guess he just really
or that Charvel's there, you know. Shield comes up, it gets a little iffy. You just want to get the kill as soon as possible.
So he does secure that. At the cost of his flash, which hasn't obviously come back to bite him or anything like that, since they have a lot of control in this game right now. And that's a backed Karma, so it's a 1v2 here for DuckDom, who's just going to have to catch waves under turret. And that's kind of been, unfortunately, for Dudu, DuckDom, and Closer, the name of the game in this early one. But again, this draft is more powerful later than it is now, and Charvel, once again, going to have a little bit of grub setup here, but this time not as many teammates as in game one. Might just have to get one or two and get out.
Oh, looking for Closer here. The kick comes through. Closer has flash, but a flash forward from UCal trying to burst him down. And it's not quite enough, so UCal just going to donate his flash over. Charvel, meanwhile, just got all the grubs.
Yeah, he got all three. Charvel could do them pretty quickly. Had his smite available after getting the first one, so gets all of those locked down, and it's a trade of flashes in the mid lane, but Closer survives. So small victory for the DN Supers. Doesn't change the overall game state yet, but a Yorick with 3 grubs, given some additional time, could definitely be an issue later on. This might be something revisit. Down here, we'll need a revisit for Charvel to get his bottom laners into turret range so they can farm the minions.
Yeah, Aiming, I think, wanted to stop the back, but he was not able to. You see that DuckDom use his barrier, so probably used that to try to avoid the make it rain stopping his back, because we had a fast rotation from Hume DRX trying to dive the bottom lane potentially, but the Saver got away, so no dive brewing. DNS were also rotating over to try to stop that from happening, but
yeah,
Saver got his back. He was fine.
Just a small lead generated. Cole cashes out faster here for Aiming than it does for DuckDom. We'll get that, plus the role quest completion for a big burst of gold, a little bit faster than Duckers will. Still hasn't been any jungle attention to that Jace-Yorick matchup, and it doesn't look like Dudu is looking like he's going to be turning that one around anytime soon. By the way, we have a pretty big rotation of Andil over here. Peter will see this well. Might have seen it. We'll see it now.
Yeah. Now he's going to see Andil, who is level 6.
Yeah, he's looking for the flash ult here. Okay, he's not going to commit.
Yeah, Andil just says, well, Peter, you locked me down, and the On the Hunt was used by DuckDom, so you get away this time.
He might just go for it here.
Yeah, he goes for the heal, tries to get in onto DuckDom, but the root comes in from Peter as he tried to hook ahead of DuckDom to try to just auto him, I guess, if we're giving him the benefit of the doubt. Andil does get away, even with Charvel making his way up here. The Mantra Q not going to do all too much.
It's not the same kind of Q disaster there for Charvel on a gank as it was in game one, but isn't in time as, man, Andil is, I don't know. At first I was saying, like, this is looking good, but now I'm starting to worry. Okay, they're going to make a TP player. UCal with his ult back up.
DuckDom is so dead. Like, he is running into the enemy team because he just knows there's no way for him to get away, as the zoning TP helps out, and Willer picks up a second kill.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, just one of those games, Wolf.
Yeah.
One of those series.
To be honest, I had a lot of these, you know, throughout the international split we have right at EWC.
Yeah.
A few of them at Kespa Cup, but since we've returned to the LCK, I haven't had too many of these. So I guess I was due. But DuckDom, he's so far up here, gets slowed. The TP's behind him. It looks like with how Andil was playing that, they had planned this from moments ago. There's just no way to stop UCal from TPing over with a Victor that doesn't have prio. And Lee Sin is just not being shut down at all by this Skarner pick so far. Just haven't seen Charvel make an impact anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I expected. I expected Hume DRX to be able to look at the very greedy draft of DNS and say, we can shut that down. we've got Willer on the Lee Sin. We first pick. We don't care about Skarner. We're going to make waves early. And they get blessed by the Hextech Soul Gods here, as they have taken every dragon so far today in the series, and they're looking to take 2 more for the Soul.
Yeah, you have Charvel coming up here, but I don't know what he can really accomplish. Andil does not have his ult back, actually.
He's really itching to press that Impale button. Like, he has not pressed it yet.
It's going to take a while for Willer to get here, but he is on his way down. Frog also has Flash.
It's taking a little bit too long. Frog is just running into Duck Dom and down the river. He's like going on a little journey. And now the slow into the... Oh, man, the bullet time getting a lot of value here, keeping them around. And now Willer, the Impale only goes on to Andil, and now Willer's getting in there. There's 5 members at DNS here, so they do have to be careful. Frog is kind of disengaged.
Yukal is like, I'm just pushing. He's like, should I get the whole turret or should I back? He is going to back, and as a result, will not get the whole turret, and instead will come up here and try to help defend. Looked like he was going to go try to defend because he was heading towards that Hex Gate, didn't have TP. Frog did have TP, and also didn't die, which is crazy in that last place. So can't just come over and defend that turret himself.
That escape was insane.
Like, he just, he decided he was just going to battle his way out with everybody else coming over, and he was successful.
Yeah.
And the way this pans out is like, Andil can buy space on the right side where there are 3 people. There's only 2 on the left. Frog's got his Ghost Blade, gets the boot back onto Duck Dom, and now Aiming's here. Gets a ton of value out of his ultimate, and it's actually kind of crazy that DNS didn't lose more here on the play. Finally, that Impale goes off. They get the support, and that's it. Meanwhile, Yukal finds himself 300 gold ahead off a little bit of extra time spent in the bottom lane. Nothing crazy lead-wise here for them. And DNS are trying to make plays here. They're trying to overload to stabilize this game state. Starvel does not have his Impale back right now. Willer wants to put some pressure on with his Aurora control on the bottom side. Duck Dom also hex skating over, desperately trying to come and catch that mid wave. He will be able to do so. They're just trying to get as much money as they can right now before we start getting into this Hextech Soul fight.
He got Closer alone in the top lane, and he is going to be able to flash his way to safety. But we do have Aiming on the way. But Peter around, and Aiming actually outruns the tether.
Yeah, he has the speed up there to get out. So he will be fine. That Shock Blast didn't connect either, so Aiming didn't commit his ultimate. I think he probably would have been able to kill the Victor there if that hit, just to get like 1 tick of that bullet time. Duck Dom trying to farm it out, right? Like, they're still trying to farm. We're still trying to scale, as maybe killing Yukal could help, but he doesn't care about this Ghoulie wall.
Yeah, Aurora definitely one of those champs that just kind of laughs at Yorick and does not really care. Can't really kill the Yorick though, so no kill pressure there. The Impale is nice, actually, buffered, but that is onto Elite Sin as Willer just hops away. The taxis onto the flashing Nautilus. So just a trade of a little bit of abilities here.
Jargle before Herald fight as well, so Andil going down could be huge if they can get him.
Gonna throw an ult into them, and now Peter taking so much damage. Frog gets in and sets up the kill onto Charvel, but he does trade another one into Charvel, who has both the kills right now for DNS.
Aiming!
Flashing forward, but the shield from the Q is enough, and now Duck Dom gets the kill. Look at the health bars on DNS. They all survive, and Duck Dom lines it up and kills him.
Can Willer get this Herald alone? Like, it looks like he will. The health bars for DNS are just too low. I thought perhaps they'd run over to try to contest that. Looks like he is going to be able to get that, but QMDRX lose more than half of their gold lead on the play. Those are a little bit too late to deny here this Herald take, as Willer was actually interested in scrapping with him potentially. Duck Dom gets a lot of plate money here. And just like that, DNS.
There's a karma like here, but the Q. No! He didn't even have the dragon kick. He just hit a Q, and that was the end of Duck Dom.
Oh, just like that, DNS.
Yeah.
Still kind of back in the game. Still kind of back in the game.
The mid lane gap is gone, so that's something.
Top lane gap also gone. Bottom lane gap shrunk a little bit.
Yeah.
Small
mini gap.
So this is a spell shielding Duck Dom. So they ult him, and he doesn't actually get into the crosshairs of Aiming here, and Charvel goes down. It's a trade, but then, instead of just going to Herald, Aiming wants to get cute with it, as he often does. And watch Duck Dom here. Just flashes the hook forward to get the chase here. And for Andil, It's the second time he's just made himself a sitting duck, so they get 2. DuckDom looked great until...
Very nice.
Karma should have just been silent about that one. You know?
Good mechanics there from Willer, as you can expect. Now they have the Rift Herald, they can use it for the battle. TP is coming in. Charvel maybe trying to get aiming, and he will be able to, but the engage already comes in. The kick is there on a closer who's already dead, but so is aiming. So a trade of carries already. DuckDom on the left is going to be assassinated by 2. And now Willer gets in there trying to take out Peter. And it looks like the man advantage here to KRX is enough, but the smite is good for Charvel. So at least they get that and deny the soul point, but a lot of gold going to the pockets of KRX right now as Frog picks up another one.
So they don't get soul point, but they get the gold lead back. And I think this is not good for DNS, but at least they were able to stop the soul point, which means that if the next fight doesn't look great, they can avoid it. Now this is really huge here for Charvel because Aiming's ultimate is coming up in like 3 seconds at this moment. If he's able to live here and use that, the fight is just doomed from the outset. They still ultimately lose it because there's more threats to kill DuckDom on the other side of the fight. Dudu's is a Yorick who doesn't really want to be team fighting anyways, and Charvel gets the secure here, but it's just too many members of DRX. If Willer doesn't hit this Q, maybe he does get out, but he does, so he dies.
Oh, we got a hook on a Peter here. Just trying to ward, but he's alone. Goes out before Charvel comes out of the base, and that's going to lead to his doom.
So DNS bought themselves a little bit of time in this game, and they're, again, really just going to have to hope the scaling works out in this composition. 3 grubs on a Yorick. If he ever gets some alone time, a lot of money on the map. A lot of ifs, but there are windows, there are conditions that could occur. Also, if DRX overextend like they did on that mid play earlier, stuff like that can really be a game opening here for DNS. Pay no attention to UCal just continuing to dominate in sides of 14 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, when you said the gold lead was taken back, it really was. I mean, everywhere is very far ahead, except, I guess, the AD carry role, especially because Aiming died very early on in that fight. He wasn't really able to join the snowball. As now Dudu's alone down on the bottom side, has Charvel coming over to try to help him. Willer not doing a whole lot of damage to the tanky Dudu, but eventually they do take him down, and Willer is continuing on this one. A lot of sustain, at least, on this Lee Sin, who's 4-0-4 with 2 items.
It's a 2-item silver, but there's a lot of QMDRX here. I do not think DNS should continue to contest. I do not think they should continue to contest.
What? No! You don't have to do that to Peter. I know he's not having the best game, but
Top 10 anime betrayals! DuckDom and Peter, they were supposed to be the duo to get KTO Worlds Trophy. They were supposed to be the one.
Charvel was backing in the bush. It's just bonus kill after bonus kill. Like, what are we doing here?
I cannot. It's hard. I am a commentator. It is what I have been doing for the last 15 years here in Korea, but sometimes it's really difficult to explain how you feel about a situation, and then you just start yelling at the teams that can't hear you. You go into a chaotic casting state where you're really just trying to tell them what's coming to them, but they can't hear you, and then suddenly DuckDom sends Peter away, and
it's like watching a train crash in slow motion, and you can't do anything about it.
So initially here, they want to try to make a play to save Dudu, right? He gets kicked in. His Ghoulie Wall doesn't do him any favors, to be honest, and then Charvel comes in and drops the Impale. Not sure why, because he doesn't have any friends here. I don't really know what he was hoping to do there, but because now he doesn't have Impale, Q and DRX are not scared about fighting into this choke point because he doesn't have it anymore. And then DuckDom sends Peter away. You know?
Trying to send him a message.
It's from that one time Peter said, you know what, I want to play a product this week. Remember that? Into the death chamber with you.
DuckDom remembers.
This is like their last chance at getting play-ins. I know it's been like the last chance for quite a few series now, but you can't be taking these fights. It's KMDRX. You know, they're gonna punish you. The Impale was not great.
Yeah.
I think this is not them playing at the best that they can play at, to be totally honest, but Charvel,
maybe now the checks feel real, and yeah, somebody's got to check. It's going to be the most tanky member. Charvel actually does get away.
Technically stop the Baron.
Yeah, TP forced from both the top laners. And KMDRX are just like, we don't need Baron. It's 21 minutes in the game. Let's just take a fight. And that is what they're looking for. They're going to get the flash out of Dudu. So that's something.
They don't have bullet time anymore. It's a lot of their damage gone. DNS still brave to push up here. Their Impale is up for Charvel, but he's not here. He's using the Hex Gate to try to come over. They're going to fight for this. They got Prio out of this play. They stopped the Baron. They got Prio for Dragon, and they have Flash Impale for Charvel. Duckdom had, like, everybody's got Flash, but Dudu just lost his. This is their best fight they're going to ever have. 6,000 gold down. They better not mess it up, Valdez.
Uh-oh. We got a very deep TP here. Some ults down on KRX, but a big Aurora ult is still going to do a lot from this far ahead.
Whole year on the line. One big fight on this Dragon.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to fight this one, but they're going to try as everybody is in the mixer. Closer disappears without even getting to press any buttons. And now Charvel here alone. Only 2 members left of DNS. One of them is going to take a Hex Gate, and the other is just going to maybe wait for the Hex Gate. DNS get the Drake and are looking for the Baron.
That's it. That was the fight. That was their chance. They had Prio, but they didn't know about the UCal TP. They didn't know the angle he was on, and the jump scare out of the bush, I think, has ended the last hopes and dreams of the DN Supers here this year in the LCK, which means no chance for a run at Worlds. And that is just the tragedy of it. You had a rough year. You're 2-18. Can't blame one bad series. Gotta blame 18 of them. Well, 19, I suppose, now.
I mean, maybe now they just are beginning to feel the stakes. They're like, oh, we actually could make it. And perhaps with just that little bit of extra pressure, it's just too much for them. UCal, no ults and no flash, so he is probably going to be going down. That's a nice shutdown here for Duckdom, but I think it's a little bit too little too late, down to 7,000 gold.
Player cam reaction was pretty comical as well. A pained little stretch there, but he's the one who made the play here on this fight, as they're all trying to get their backs against the wall here to escape the onslaught of Andil with the Prio they have, and UCal just deletes 2 players basically at the blink of an eye, takes half of Duckdom's health bar. Then they get control over the, he's like, guys, friends, this looks good, is a literal translation.
Oh, man.
And see if he has anything to say afterwards.
얘들아, 형 정신 차렸다!
says Rose, your big bro locked in!
Yeah.
And he did lock in that moment. He did not lock in the moment right afterwards, I suppose, but it was a good catch by DNS. But just a drop in the bucket of the rest of this game.
Yeah. UCal's doing his job. He's having a big series. And remember, he played Ryze in the first game where he absolutely took over. Now he's playing Aurora. They're looking for aiming, and they're going to get a nice impale on him. He's totally isolated, and basically a free kill. Takes a while to take him down, but that is worth for the DN Supers.
We often say it only takes one fight to come back in a game like this. It does. It's a tough fight to take with this game state, but got bounties up. You get a kill. UCal's flanking again.
Oh, no. He's going to be caught mid-invis. Has to drop an ult. At least there's no Skarner ult left. And the chase is difficult, but the Flash Mantra Q is enough. And a shovel to the face. DNS are stopping this Baron power play big time.
Negative 2,500. Well, that's on the bounty. Picked up there in the shutdown. But that's a big swing of gold. Still 5,000 in the hole, but if they can pull rabbits out of their hats here and there,
What is this?
Aiming was trying to be ready for Andil and UCal's engage setup there, but instead, because he was just alone, ends up getting caught. Can't blame Aiming too much for that one. Charvel finds him. This, on the other hand, a little bit more peculiar, but he is Aurora. I suppose thought maybe with weirding and a rocket belt and his ultimate, he'd be able to get away, but it's the Flash Mantra Q slow that ultimately does him in there after all of that mobility is used.
Also,
okay.
Aiming doesn't have vision in this bush where Duckdom was, and he's just like walking back and forth in front of it, and then he walks towards mid lane on a greedy path. Like, you can't do this right now.
Yeah,
like,
his whole
team,
team
you lose these games.
His whole team was nearby, but he also could have just played it safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Duckdom in bottom lane where it's like, oh, Skarner's nearby, I should be fine. Gets TP'd on behind without flash. He's like, oh, I guess I'm just dead. Just play it safe.
Sometimes caution is the #1 thing you need as an AD carry to survive in this brutal league.
Yeah.
And if you don't have it for just a second, whole games could be warped. Saw it from Diablo in that loss yesterday to Rion. You know, if you're not cautious, if you make a few mistakes, it can cost you the whole series. In this case, it cost KRX a sliver of that gold lead, with UCal dying post-haste right afterwards. But now they are set up for Prio for the Hextech Soul again. Perhaps the second time's the charm here for KRX to get this incredible win con for this comp that has so much damage in it, and Poke with the Jace that sets up slows. It would be insane. Poke's already landing here. Doesn't do that much damage to this tanky front line, but see if they can secure the Dragon a little bit early on the Prio if we're looking at the timer.
Dude, just trying to make his way into the fight. He flashes over to the team and trades that for UCal's TP. So actually not half bad. I mean, the Yorick without flash isn't a gigantic deal. They're going to start up this Dragon again. They're on Hextech Soul Point. So if KRX get this, it's going to be pretty massive. Onto looking to go to the top side of the fight, leaving Willer alone in the pit. And the kick comes in onto Charvel, but that's a very tanky Skarner who's alone in the pit, and he gets the smite again! He's not going to miss it, but a fight here. They get Peter, but a lot of damage is traded back. Big Impale, but it's only Charvel in the pit. Well, at least they didn't give over the Hextech Soul.
The game continues. Frog with a really big execute there of Duckdom in that fight bursts him down because it looked like maybe with the Impale still available for Charvel that maybe there could have been some shenanigans that could have ensued if he had been able to get closer to Duckdom, protect him there, and set up an Impale while Duckdom's alive. So this kick is quite bizarre onto Charvel here from Willer. Just wants to buy space, and I think it was hoping he was going to hit Duckdom with it, but doesn't ultimately do so. While they're focusing down Charvel, look at this play from Frog onto Duckdom. Blows him up with UCal. They go in together, and that's the 80 carry down, and Closer alone can't get the job done, even with the Impale. Even as he is starting to scale up in this one, they needed Duckdom's damage too, but both Soul Laners just delete everyone's favorite duck. Or least favorite deck. I mean, some people on product trade.
I'm personally a fan of the Rubber Duck from Bert and Ernie.
Well, that's because you're Bert.
Yeah, I am.
We already
Bert.
established that on the Pog stage.
Pog staters know. They know I'm Bert.
Generally, Ernie was more of a fan of the duck,
yeah,
from how I remember it, but I guess you're changing.
Oh, yeah,
things are different in 2026.
Yeah, I don't actually, I think Bert from that show wasn't a huge fan.
Bert liked paper clips or something like that, right?
Not Rubber Ducks, that's true. All right, Charvel, he's in the front line, and he's giga tanky now as the game is really trailing along here, 30 minutes in. But Duckdom did take a bunch of damage himself too, so they do have to back away for now.
UCal is constantly threatening these off angles, and now they're just going to look for a Baron with no vision here for DNS. I mean, minus that trinket for just a moment. It's really tough. They're trying to pull a bit of an HLE here and just push mid. Not going to happen, though. They need to contest this Baron. Charvel has Flash and Impale. He needs to find the right targets.
He's taking a lot of damage already. The Flash hook comes in, and he does bumper it, but the kick onto Closer gets some golden, and now they're looking for Duckdom, who's so isolated, and all of his teammates are just running away. The Nautilus ultimate, huge value, sets up aiming as well as they pick up 3 kills, make it 4 actually, and they will push to ends.
And with this, KRX will rip the stakes out of DNS. There are none left. In an 0-2 loss, they will be eliminated from play-ins. They will be stuck and locked in 10th place. And the year of DNS ends here. KRX will take their 7th win of the season and move up to 7-14 in the Rise group.
Yeah, big win for them on the 2-0. KRX looking very strong with the addition of aiming. And I mean, to be honest today, DNS didn't put up the biggest fight, but they won their last series as well. Now getting 2 in a row. And Willer fans eating good tonight. He gets the Lee Sin. First pick in the draft with Skarner available. Didn't care. Takes over the early game as we expected him to. And KRX feeling good about that.
Forgot I had to palm. I got a palm.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a couple options. UCal's a good one. Willer's a good one.
UCal, Willer, I think, are the two.
Mondil is like
main ones. Andil and Frog, a little fringe. I guess you could.
Yeah, if you're a bit of a hipster.
This is one of Frog's best series, honestly, I'd say, since his re-return to this roster. Definitely looking like a big step up in that top lane compared to Rich in this series. But Willer and Yukal, I think, were the true heroes. And we were waiting for it.
Wow. Nice.
Could those glasses be any smaller?
Yeah, one of the lenses is also like bent to the side, as here are the guys from Just Jerk who have been teaching Yukal and aiming. Very humble nowadays. I think gives the big thumbs up to Yukal.
Yeah, just, you know, that's kind of often been aiming in a lot of these post games. He usually gives the credit elsewhere. And I think in this game had a big role to play, but
Did you eat, guys? Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yes. Good.
I don't think the series was about aiming. I don't think the series was about Charvel's failed flash Q on the Kiana, although I think it's probably the moment people will remember most. Series is just about outclassing across the board, and the growth that QMDRX have shown with the massive trade that they got and the adjustments they've made to this roster. They are firing on all cylinders when it matters most here in a very competitive Rise group. They move up to the 7 club with BNK, Hanjin, Brion, and Nongshim Red Force, 4 teams sitting at 7 wins.
Yeah, both the Legend and Rise group are very close. I mean, outside of DNS, I suppose. Legend group, same thing, where DK are the one team that aren't on 15 wins, but they're the best team right now, so could absolutely catch up. Starts out early here for QMDRX. This is the play I was talking about, where Duckdom could have just backed away. Felt safe with Charvel there.
A great escape of Frog, who just hopped away, you could say. The question now becomes, what do DNS do with the rest of the year? Do they mess around and put some Challengers players in? Do we see some for funsies drafts? What's the game plan? They're still actually technically in Kespa Cup, so I guess there's that. Yeah. So the year has ended, but not really ended. But they're pretty underdog in the Kespa Cup as well, where they perform much better than they did in the LCK. It makes you wonder if Nerves play into this. You mentioned it earlier about how like they had that big win, and then maybe they started to believe too much, and that extra pressure comes through.
Charvel talks a big game, and then he feels the pressure, because once you do that, everybody's going to be preying on your downfall, or at least expecting a lot from you. Unfortunately, I mean, the Skarner game was actually pretty good, all things considered.
Pretty chaotic comms here in this final fight here. But they get the kick on the closer. Duckdom, man. Q from Willer. Crazy angle on it. End. They're already calling. Yukal is apologizing.
Yeah.
This is actually, maybe I'm not locked in.
See any big whoopsies from him outside of dying in top lane.
버스 감사요. 든든합니다. 버스 감사합니다. 아주 든든합니다. 하람이 형님.
A lot of thanks being thrown around.
I love to see Ando like this. It's just a completely different look with him on this roster than what we've seen in the past. He just looks so comfortable and happy with QMDRX here. And yeah, if we look at the damage numbers, a lot of damage on the DNS side. Like, it's relatively even there, but they just couldn't make it impactful in big fights. They could never regain control or get that scaling to get off the ground. A risky draft that was swiftly punished by QMDRX. They had a gold lead for exactly 0 seconds in this one.
Yeah.
And Yukal will ultimately pick up player of the match. I voted for him. I think you could have gone jungle or mid here, but
yeah, I mean, those are pretty much the only 2 choices. We do have Ox here, so maybe you voted for Andal, which I think is also fine. You know, sometimes I like to make fun of his votes, but in this case, I think Andal had a great series too. So it is what it is, guys. We'll see what Yukal has to say in the interview in just a moment. As it looks like it's ready, I'll hand it over to Deer.
3라운드
Thank you very much, guys. This is Sierra for the POM interview translation, joined by Yukal on the side of Kium DRX, who just took a 2-0 victory over DN Supers. Congratulations! I feel like we are seeing you get an interview very frequently. And Kium DRX has secured a win streak with today's victory. So how do you feel? I think all the Rise Group teams are all at 7 wins. And, you know, I think I want to start a chaos. And I'll show them what hell is. Actually, did you expect to get a POM today? I actually thought that our jungler would get the POM, but honestly, it feels amazing to get a POM myself. And DN Supers recently broke free of their losing streak too, so it could have been pretty unnerving. So what was your main focus on? I mean, I didn't really have anything in particular that I had to pay extra attention to because, I mean, we have aiming. Our AD carry is aiming, so I just... It was a pretty nice, good ride, you know, a comfortable ride. And in game 1, you shrugged off a gank, killed the Kiana instead, pulling a Uno reverse card, and you showcased such a crazy carry potential. So how high is your confidence right now? I just feel like right now, with our form, it feels like we're just going to be able to win every match without dropping anything. And yeah, there is another moment in game 2 from you, Yukal, that was quite memorable, where we will actually take a look at this replay. Hey guys! Your big bro woke up and is locked in! And everyone was just cracking up after. So, what did you mean by that? You know, whenever our team spirit is down, I try to maintain a good spirit. So, I think that was just me joking around. So how did your teammates react? I mean, we were so all locked in during the game, so there was not much reaction. But although I died twice right after saying that, I mean, I think it's time for me to really lock in. And you were looking for aiming right after the match, and we caught you shoulder to shoulder and being so affectionate around him too. So how big is your love for aiming? Actually, I know, if you know, you know, but aiming is quite adorable. So yeah, he would be like this one cute mascot that I always want to have around me, and also a great AD carry friend. And so if you had to pick something, a good thing about you aiming to say, what is it? I think he actually has a really nice way to put things. And you said playing solo queue improved your form, so how hard have you been working? Well, I guess you could say that solo queue and playing solo queue is actually helpful, but I think it really depends on how high you can climb and all the points that you can get. So I try to climb as hard as I can. And your dance instructors, Just Jerk, are at Strategic Low Park today, right here. And you actually gave them a shout out during the ceremony, so any message to them? Thank you so much for teaching me, and you know, I'm always using the dance. Well, they're here now, so maybe you can show them your dance moves one more time. Please give it up for Yukal. How amazing! How did you like Yukal's dance? You're a student. How did you do? It looks like they're very happy with your performance. And your next opponent is BNK KRX. And in rounds 1 and 2, it was an unfortunate loss, but what is your mindset? I want to make sure that we can maintain our form so that we can go all the way up to the playoffs. Thank you. And that is all from Yukal, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. As there was a team that dreamt of Worlds. And unfortunately, the DN Automotive Supers have been eliminated from Worlds qualification and also eliminated from the LCK play-ins. Ox is pretty broken up over it.
It just needed this one series and then 15 to 19 more series wins. They would have been there. So close. So close.
I'm crying, by the way. Proof. So sad.
Oh, you are crying?
Yeah. I was expecting them to win more and win Worlds, but our dream just ended here.
How could this happen? We asked ourselves 18 times. Actually 19, because now we're here. The DN Supers fall short of their goal of Worlds, as it is Kiwoom DRX, the killers of dreams. They get themselves up to 7 wins and a POM to boot here for UCal, as he gets yet another one and more dance moves thanks to his teachers in Just Jerk, the dance crew that we've shouted out multiple times now. But again, UCal getting the job done in a 2-0 fashion. DN Supers, as Wolf asked, not sure what the game plan is, but they still have more games to play and more spoiler role to play as they did last year.
All I can say is this significantly reduces their chance of winning Worlds. So I guess that's not on the cards. But you'd say they're still in Kispa Cup. Still hope there. Still chances there to see them. And obviously they're still going to be here for the rest of the season. So we'll get to see them play. And maybe with the pressure off, they'll end up performing better.
I mean, for me, the biggest gap was the bot lane for today. I mean, I think overall, when you think about the DNS regular split, right? I think they had so many issues. So even though sometimes they fix one of their issue, like the other part, like kind of breaks off. So like it was just so many different issues over and over again. So they couldn't really figure that out in time. Yeah, it feels bad, but at the same time, Kiwoom DRX, I think they have a new AD carry now with aiming, new playstyle, and UCal be back on the mid lane, looking pretty solid. And as UCal said, I think I can see the confidence coming in with them believe themselves they can win all the games in the Rise group.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Palm votes here, as it did go the way of the mid laner, and some shouts there for the jungler as well, getting over the line. That's what we're wondering. Like, hey, where is the firepower from Kiwoom DRX going to come from? Aiming comes on over, and you're thinking, okay, maybe it's going to be aiming, but UCal still reminding everyone that he's great. Let's take a look at those comments. Let's start with you, Ox.
So, game one, it was the Kiana into the Jarvan, could obviously outplay him with a bit of mobility, use the ult against his Cataclysm. Game two, it was the Skarner into the Lee Sin. And Willie just doesn't care. You can kind of pick him twice, he's still going to pop off, still going to have a great series. So, really had Sharvel's number in this one.
Yeah, I almost flipped my POM vote to Wheeler, but I just picked UCal because I really liked his Aurora game as well. No one really picks Aurora nowadays. It's really risky, but he showed up again with his playstyle, and he's even getting better at dancing. So, crazy talent.
Yeah, the Aurora fight on the third Drake where he popped closer like a balloon was amazing. UCal once again has regained his memories, as he said in the listen-in that we heard. He's awake and he's remembered what he was there to do. It was to crush dreams of the DN Supers. Guys, Big Brother said he's locked in. Pony again shouting out the listen live that we had.
UCal didn't play lock.
Oh my god. That was so bad. Why did you do that? Why did you do that to us?
Once again, he didn't play lock.
Oh my god. I think he's completely broke after DNS getting eliminated. That's why he's doing this, you know, to forget what we just witnessed. Like he's just that depressed to make this kind of boomer joke. You know?
Please let there be one more. I'm just one more. Are there any more lock? I haven't seen the comments. There you go, Umpty. Do not ever say that line again, Dan.
Don't do it.
Umpty is a knower. Umpty knew.
A knower.
I don't know how he knew, but he knew.
My bad. Sorry, Umpty.
Thank you, Umpty. I think he was talking about UCal forgetting what he was doing. Just watching this puts a smile on my face. You guys want to put smiles on your face? Let's see Dan smile.
Ox sausage.
All right. I think that was the last one. Maybe there's one more. Usually Cloud Templars is the last one. It's always exciting to know if we're going to be appalled or confused. This one was straight up. Nice one, CT, as we take a look at the standings. After that last Rise group matchup, the DN Supers are eliminated from the LCK play-ins and LCK playoffs and Worlds. It does mean that Kiwoom DRX moves on up into that massive mess of teams at 7 and 14. All 4 squads at 7 wins here, we did.
Now even the match score matters. So I think this is huge that Kiwoom DRX actually managed to get the 2-0 win against DNS, because Hanjin Brion, which is the second place right now in the Rise group, they lost to DNS. So that means I think it could actually hurt them so hard.
The fact is, because DNS is gone, out of those 4 teams, 3 of them make it to play-ins, which means when they're all neck and neck, it's really hard to call who that is gonna be, and also how bad it is gonna feel if you're the one team out of those 4 who ends up not making it. So every win gonna matter, every win gonna be really important. You do not want to be that next team to get knocked out.
Gonna make a very exciting next 3.5 weeks? 2.5 weeks. Wow, 2.5 weeks left in the regular season. We got a banger lined up for you right now. It is the hottest team in the LCK. And no, I'm not talking about the reigning world champs. It's D plus Kia up against T1 right after this. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK.
MSI 우승하도 지금 정규 1등이잖아요. 이 정도의 경기 내용이 나면 안 된다고 생각을 하거든요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
From Closer, finds the electrocution and down goes the Annie solo kill for Closer in the mid lane.
얘들아 오늘 날 잡았어. 천천히.
Oh, okay. Closer just gonna kill Roma for the second time here on the top side. He doesn't need any friends to get that one done. Even though there's a 3,000 gold lead for Closer. Oh, God. Again, isn't he? There's the perfect execution. Tibbers goes down, but he's the third solo kill in a row. The power of this Ezreal that has been a big problem all week long. Canyon looks for the angle towards base though. Mega Inferno Bomb. Can they kill him? That's the question. And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no, not yet. As down goes Canyon first. Crescent guard for owner, and T1's War Machine is rolling over Genji. It looks like that 2-0 you were talking about.
근데 테라피 5인공인 거 알아? 테라피 5인공이었어? 아 진짜? 감사하네.
Alright, they're gonna try to press the button. General direction of Gnome with that on the hunt. On the flank there, they take down King, and this time around, he's still there! And they show the Hercules! And the Bastion comes up in the last moment! Not able to deal with King, world champion, by the way. They're trying to take the core of Cuz's jungle. And there's the flash. Looking for the kill, actually. On the club. He lines up free! And the wobble combo gets started early. Baker super low. And that'll be a double kill for BDD. Make it 3! Bobby, can you make this one happen? As there is the Baron in the back line. It is going to be the Dinar taking down the Baron. Somehow. It goes down. There is the quadra kill denied. And it's a full house. Fenrir full of cousins. 나이스.
few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Hello again. Welcome back, summoners.
Baron Nashor may be the strongest monster on Summoner's Rift, but he's got nothing on the true boss of League Classic, Runes and Masteries. Runes and Masteries can feel like a lot, but don't worry, we're here to help you get started.
All in good time.
Let's start with Masteries. Masteries have 3 different trees: offense, defense, and utility. You have to spend a certain number of points in a tree to move down to the next tier. The farther down you go, the stronger the bonuses. You'll start with a 10-10-10 Masteries page that aims to do a little bit of everything. But once you unlock the ability to make your own pages, it's best to invest more deeply on a single tree to get the most bonuses. You should probably aim for 21 points in your primary tree and 9 points in your secondary. Now for runes. There are 4 types of runes: red marks, yellow seals, blue glyphs, and golden quintessences. These runes all boost a variety of stats, but if you want to be efficient, you'll want to pick the right type of rune for the right stat. Marks are best at dealing physical damage and magic pen. Seals boost your armor, health, and mana regen. And glyphs are best for ability power, cooldown reduction, and magic resist. Quints are particularly powerful. You only get 3 of them, and the effects they provide can be game-changing. Beyond boosts to typical stats, Quints are also the only way to improve stats like experience gain, and even the amount of time it takes to respawn after you die. But you don't need that last one, right? You got this. This is a lot to take in at once, but don't worry. You'll have some time to figure out what's best for your playstyle. Much like Masteries, you'll start with a basic rune page that you can improve over time. You'll unlock rune slots as you play, and can purchase runes from the shop using IP, so you can get exactly what you need to rule the rift.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레틀랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레틀랩 스팁 클렌징 바
to go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
클러치기야 화이팅! 도랑 테리야
오너 T1 파이팅!
T1 화이팅!
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCK. We're getting into our legend group match of the night. D plus Kia up against T1. And apparently D plus Kia are the best team in the world.
Well,
proclaimed by their coach.
The best team on Earth.
In the universe.
Well, I mean, he did specifically say Earth.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to claim D plus could be the best team on Mars or Saturn.
Does anyone even play on Saturn? I don't think so.
Maybe could be the best team in the Kuiper Belt, but we were just not 100% sure about that. So let's take a look at the standings, because D plus are 2 wins behind the rest of the group, but currently have the largest streak and are on the best form. Then it just feels like that meme you posted years ago with the Grim Reaper knocking on the doors, a trail of blood in their wake, And they come in today, in a lot of people's minds, as the favorites, even though T1 are at the top of the standings. 2 wins above HLE and 6 wins ahead of KT Rolster. Current best in the world faces off the Legend Group leader. We're the best in the world. We didn't suddenly get good. Our time to catch fire just came. We're becoming a true powerhouse. The way he described it in one of their post-game interviews recently was they've been steadily heating up from 1 degree to 100, and they reached that boiling point recently. And this team has beaten all the favorites. They have loved playing against the favorite crowd, right? And that is something that's going to continue today, right? You have to imagine playing against T1. We knew at EWC that if they were going to win, they were either going to face off against T1 or they were going to face off against KC, the 2 most popular teams at that event. They did end up taking out KC in the end in Paris, as Pays is looking to hit 200 wins in 3 years, the 44th player in LCK history to do so.
Yeah, it's really fast. I think that's the main thing about this. Obviously, there are players that are ahead of him, but some of those players have played 10-plus years. So, Pays, obviously an awesome career so far, looking to get yet another win, and I believe in him. There's a chance that DK takes the 2-0 here tonight, but T1, a very strong team. I'm sure they prepared heavily for the best team in the world, according to CV Max. I mean, they're certainly on form, and they're on fire, but I think it's still a bit early, Wolf.
CV Max also said we're already preparing for the inevitable slump. There will definitely come a time where we stumble and struggle, so we're staying on guard. Love for this feeling to last, but there's always that sense of unease, and I think that has been what everyone is waiting for. That has been the question on everyone's mind, because it feels like over the last 3 to 4 years, the moment you trust D+, the moment they look dominant, they fall off, but they are just not falling off right now. And that's been primarily at the beginning of the year in our spring splits, but not right now. They are coming online at the end. And it's Career who's been getting, I think, some of the biggest improvements. He's been looking so much better. He's been getting a lot of props from CV Max. You can see it on the player cams post-game. CV Max often goes straight to him. At T1, we're not able to win MSI. Couldn't make it to the EWC finals. And went 1-1 last week, losing to KT Rolster, but defeating Gen.G at their home ground. Also defeated HLE at Kespa Cup with both main rosters. So looking to be in somewhat up and down form. But their last wins were big, and they were tough and hard-fought wins. I think this series is really anyone's to take, and that has certainly been what the Legend Group has looked like for the last week and a half.
Yeah, I mean, any team, if they do show up, are, a really strong team to even make it into this group. Like, top 5 in LCK is extremely strong, even worldwide, if we want to take CV Max's words. So, yeah, I mean, T1 could just show up today and play awesomely. They have a decent streak of their own, as you mentioned, the Gen.G win into the Kespa Cup win. But DK are kind of just on another level. Gen.G were slumping a bit. Yeah, they won against HLE yesterday. Makes you think, what is the power level of Gen.G and HLE right now? Probably not the best. So T1 really have kind of the boss in front of them right now, which, oftentimes does happen at T1 in regular seasons, and then they go on to win big international tournaments. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they do fall here, and I don't think it would be a huge deal. I think it would kind of make sense with DK and the role they're on right now. And T1 still trying to calibrate as we head into the postseason and the rest of the year.
D+ are on the cusp of having the perfect round in this Legend Group. All they have to do is beat the telecom teams. They're the ones who are left. They dispatched to the MSI champions. They beat Gen.G at EWC and beat them here in the Legend Group. If they can beat T1, feels like arguably the toughest one left. KT did beat T1, so again, somewhat unknown right now. But if they can beat T1, they've beaten the big 3. And it makes you wonder if maybe they've earned their spot back in it we used to have the big three of the teams that won Worlds from our region. You had SK Telecom, Samsung, and then later Damwon. Those orgs, of course, becoming later T1 and Gen G, with D+ being the only third for a long time until DRX took that away, right? But they still remained our big three for so long. And now we're looking at a potential where D+ get to be back in that conversation, as they have been for so long unable to actually find that top spot, unable to get Legend Group last year. As we're going to be jumping into this draft pretty quickly here between these two. It is so important for both of these two teams. If T1 win, they pull further ahead in first place to get so much extra comfort. They're almost done with round 3 here. Both of these teams, of course, having 2 matches left. They have that extra wiggle room would feel huge, but for D+, they're still playing catch-up as well.
You know, the last time DK had to face both T1 and KT in the same week was the beginning of May in round 2 of the LCK. DK got 2-0'd by both of those teams, T1 and KT. So now's their chance for revenge to complete that perfect round, as you said, and also to just prove that they're the best right now, just to beat the other 2 Legend teams. As we are going to hop into the draft.
No Bard ban. Not yet.
Not yet.
No Bard ban at all.
Well, Career's a great Bard player, so if they do leave it up, I mean, I'm sure you can.
Surprised, though, to see that on first pick. As now we're going to have a potential trade between Cassiopeia and Bard here with Vi also available. So you get the Bard here, you take it away from Keria, but T1 could just get Vi Cassio right off the bat, and that feels pretty scary. Because you got Bard, and Career's a good Bard player, but it feels like a denial for such a heavy cost here. But there's just so many picks you feel like you have to ban against T1. Owner's Nocturne, Owner's Poppy, Carrier's Poppy, and then the Camille.
And then you have to take Bard away, too, so you're expending a pick.
It doesn't feel like a strong start with first pick yet here for D+.
Yeah, T1 did a good job of leaving a lot of OP stuff open. I mean, they banned Jason Oriana, which makes sense, but the last ban of Lucian kind of leaves them 2 OPs left over. As he was thinking long and hard about taking the Jarvan, goes for Xin Zhao instead. And now Ezreal unbanned in the hands of Smash.
Feels mandatory with the Vi on the other side and the Bard they've already set up. So they end up getting their bottom set up with the jungle. T1 may end up blind picking something for Doran here. And they will do that. So they have their solos set up. Could have tried to look for a response to the Bard, but you always get a little bit awkward when you split your support and your AD carry before the second ban phase. They can protect this blind pick for Doran now, which is the game plan, at least with this Renekton ban. And for the side of D+ Kia, looking at maybe any other pick that Keria might pull out here into this Bard lane would be scary, but he's got such a pool, it's hard to ban him out.
Yeah, I think it's pretty difficult to do that. And on the other hand, if you try to ban top laners, like do you ban Varus, do you ban Vayne, do you ban, you know, X champion that you can play, Olaf is another good one.
Caitlyn feels like a great choice because Caitlyn Lux is something this team loves to play, even without the Bard. And the Kai'Sa has been a classic counterpick to Ezreal. We know what Paze can do with it. The Olaf is a very smart ban. These are the 2 strongest counter picks right now, I would say, in the meta to the Zambessa. So now we find out what this bottom lane is going to look like. Shen to start into the Bard, a little bit trickier than a lot of other Shen matchups. Usually see it into engage melee supports like the Camille.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, Shen in general is pretty strong. As now we're going to get some solo lanes here for the side of D+ Kia.
Zahin feels very good, very stable into the Zambessa. This is a completely different direction in terms of what the early laning phase is going to look like. See if Shu is confident to play this here. Stakes incredibly high. And a first lock in the Cassiopeia response here with the Anivia. And I think the Zahin works really well with this draft because you have such a frontline with a Xin already. Kled would be very fun. But I don't think it really makes sense here in this draft in particular.
That would be very interesting. I mean, they were not at MSI, but they were watching Broken Blade. It is going to be Anivia, or Aatrox and Anivia. Not untrue. But now the AD carry here for FaZe. And it's just Jin.
Jin Shin with Ambessa. I've always been a big fan of Jin Ambessa with any sort of other engage. And in this case, it's the Vi. So, you know, the Shen is also engaged, right? But it's not the same kind of engage that Jin often plays with. But you can stabilize in the laning phase. Will be pretty powerful later on. A lot of long range to play through when the Cassiopeia is also trying to set up fights and trying to deter what D+ Gear are doing. I kind of feel like in a weird way the Cassiopeia is the weakest part of this draft for T1 because it's really difficult to actually gain access to Ezreal or the Anivia. And if you're trying to fight into the Aatrox and zone him away, you know, there's just a lot of range and a lot of ways to mess up what Cassiopeia is trying to do here for D+. And at the end of the day, we ended up with a pretty even draft here. I think Cassiopeia is going to scale incredibly well later on. Showmaker's Anivia has been fantastic. The top lane with the Aatrox is a big question mark, I think, for Shiu into this matchup. Can be very volatile. And on the T1 side, I think ease of execution is definitely there. The Bard can throw a wrench into some of those gears, but I think for D+, it's a much harder draft to pilot, but they definitely can do it.
Yeah, very important job here for Careers Bard as we do hop onto the Rift for game number 1.
환영합니다. 미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Here we go, game number 1 of our Legend group match of the day, T1 versus DK. I'm just excited to see either of these players playing Ezreal. That's kind of what, you know, when it wasn't banned, I was like, ooh, we get to see some Ezreal from one of them. They're both incredible at the pick. Showmaker doing a little bit of fakering, perhaps, where you try to use the egg. At level 1, it can be useful against Cassiopeia. If you do it after level 1, it can be a bit dangerous, because Cassiopeia has so much DPS.
He went for Deathfire Touch, so not looking for the bursty electrocute trades we often see with this pick, but just for sustained damage, which makes that type of trading kind of necessary at level 1 into the Cassiopeia, but it's not easy as the Anivia playing around that egg, and now his turret. Shiu here on the top side. A pick he's gone to a few times with mixed results. Profane Hydra Aatrox was pretty crazy back in the day.
Yeah.
Around his debut. Bit of a different time we're living in now.
Yeah, I think that was specifically Chronicler's most hated thing to cast.
He sold me on hating it. I hated it very soon after.
The lethality Aatrox, but also you're unkillable and do a bajillion damage. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Aatrox right now. There were so many options he could have gone for. I think the Olaf ban was a really good call, because Olaf could have just ran through Jin, through Shen, even through, you know, Miasma, the Vi, and Olaf is very strong nowadays.
Yeah, it's a good ban from T1, and that's what you gain from being able to grab up your soul lanes early and protect them. It's always a question of almost chicken and egg, like which you'd prefer. Would you rather protect your soul lanes or get counterpick, as D+ get counterpick, but in a limited pool of champions, don't have access to the best ones. Showmaker's 2-0 on this Anivia, like I mentioned before, one of his best. Surprised to see Smash at 1-2 on this pick, but it just hasn't been played that much this year until very recently, where it's been taken over. And D+ weren't winning every game until recently. Good trade in the lane for T1 just moments ago, as we do have Vi coming over here a little bit faster than Lucid is here to help.
Oh, that's the root on the career. And yes, he is going to live, he's going to be fine, but take a look at the state of the bot lane right now. Also Lucid with that trade has to leave, and now the pullback on a Doran. Siu just looking for the solo kill. Doran holding on to his flash for a very long time, and it will be enough to barely get him away.
Doran, that heal coming through is so calculated on that. I thought for sure he was going to die to that last auto, but he waits and holds the flash, is able to prevent the next one there. And as a result, Shiu doesn't have the buttons to kill him. We'll have a nice advantage here on the top side of the map now, as he has already TP'd back, and Shiu can look to trade before doing the same if you would like to. This lane here going pretty well for Faker, as you could see.
Yeah, that's the thing about Cassiopeia. She doesn't lose lane. She's just, okay, I will take over everything. I have Deathfire Touch, and I can be very aggressive, especially if I have a jungler like Vi, and I just get to do whatever I want. So
It's
good
kind
pick in
of
the hands of Faker.
Reminiscent of Azir in a lot of ways, like win a lot of lanes, very stable, scale really well, have it engage. Doesn't have the added safety that Azir has, doesn't have a dash, but otherwise, right now in this meta, it kind of feels like it's serving Azir's role in a lot of ways, just with it doing so much. And with the builds that you go on Cassiopeia, you're difficult to punish. You know, it's going to take a flash grab early from the jungler in the early game, as we do have a taunt here from Keria.
Yeah, Career trying to go up against the wall, and it's a 4th shot for first blood. Tons of damage into Career, who had his flash, but, didn't calculate that he had to flash to the alcove to try to get away with the magical journey to avoid the DPS.
Right. Well, that's a big win here for T1. First blood goes over, 2 pays. He has a 700 gold lead already. Smash survives, so we'll still be here to farm a little bit, but watching it back, Keria initially sets this up onto Career. FaZe gets this shot, second one, third one, and hits the 4th in Magical Journey. Keria follows to get around here onto Smash, which then forces him back. Luckily for Smash, he does not need to flash here. It could have been even worse for the bottom duo here at D+.
I think we saw it in our first series and also here, just a little bit of underestimating the DPS of the Shen is something that has gotten a bunch of our supports in trouble. Where
Lahin's taught so many.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need items, you just need a little ghost sword, and you're going to be smacking people for a whole lot of damage. Especially on a Bard that I don't even think had the Ruby Crystal, but even if he did, just gets chomped down. Yeah, it's a really nice situation here for T1 because bottom's winning. Mid lane is always going to be winning, especially pre-6. And it looks like even post-6. And top lane's pretty even. So at the end of the day, T1 are winning this early game.
Lucid's coming over for a contest here, but I don't think Smash can get access.
I'm not sure about that. The flash comes in. Nice block here from Careers. Lucid gets in, takes the dragon down, but now he's in a bit of a rough spot. Does live for quite a long time and enables Smash to try to get the kill, but the flash away. And now Smash looking for that kill on a pace. He's not going to get it. And now the curtains open up. Career is flashing away and barely gets out of range. Showmaker, very nice dodge, but the flash over from Faker. Looks for the egg, and he will pick it up, and this will definitely be a kill. Unless he runs out of mana. It's actually kind of close as one auto and one tick, and Faker picks up the kill. T1 are smashing this early game.
So much damage on the Cassiopeia that even if you flash to the turret there, Faker's not under turret while he wails on you. And it's a scrambled egg on top of the pick. And that fight was so close to being like game-winning for D+, right? I mean, they end up getting the steal, and Smash is able to get access to the pit as well. As it's up here for T1 is Keria trying to look for the engage here, and they pull off of the dragon, but in the interim, I mean, Smash gets to get in here, they get the steal, and Lucid lives long enough here. Smash can layer some damage in onto Owner, but Owner gets out, and then Smash, there's just too much DPS here to take him out, and Showmaker can't get over there to help heal for him. Career has to flash, and Showmaker's not happy about it because now he's slowed and also taken out. Faker flashes the stun, and Showmaker gets under turret, but Faker's not in turret range.
Yeah, and it's an easy kill for the Cassiopeia at that point in time. Swifty's picked up by Faker. This is going to be looking to avoid as much damage from the Nvidia as possible by just dodging everything. And yeah, I mean, you got your Cassio ahead. FaZe is now 2-0-2, 1,200 gold ahead of Smash. And I mean, Diploskea definitely a lot of confidence to try to go in for that play. They nearly pull it off, but the second that they don't, it's just very risky. You lose so much, and you give so much over to T1.
And honestly, with T1's comp, if they gave up first dragon, it wouldn't even be a big deal.
Yeah.
So the fact that D+ end up getting this dragon at such a heavy cost of the fight commitment is just so horrible for them. This early game really couldn't be much worse. So now T1 are looking to fight for grubs here. Lucid going back in again.
They are just fighting for everything as they're throwing everything into the Xin Zhao. Lucid is going to live for quite a while, but eventually does go down. It's now over the wall. Nice gaze there from the side of Faker. Picks up a double kill as now we got a 3-0 Cassiopeia. So much for the best team in the world. They're getting smashed as Faker's 4-0.
I think the streak of games for D+ might be at an end with this one. It's a 4,000 gold lead at 9 minutes as FaZe is pushing Smash out of the lane.
He hit the first one. Third one. Fourth shot. Barely going to sail wide.
But he's still pushed away.
Yeah.
You know, it's a small win. The Ezreal survives there. He'll be able to get some of this wave at the end, but... oh! FaZe just walks up and shoots him in the face!
He just flashed fourth shot at him, and Smash just... I don't know what it is. Like, this is T1. You got to respect this team, guys. Like, you can't play like wild animals. I don't know what's going on with D+.
Well, I don't know if there's any way back in this one now. As Lucid will find Carriot. I don't know if he really likes it because Owner's coming over. He's got a blast cone though, or does he? No, he does not!
Very nice deny from Carriot, but unfortunately that gets him out of range. And now they're pretty deep in the jungle, actually, as Ingo's career looking for the stun. He's not going to get it with the binding, but now the lockdown on a 2. D+Kia looking for the follow-up here. Down 4,000 gold, and it doesn't look like they have the follow-up with Faker as strong as he is in mid.
D+ taking every risk in this game. Ooh. I want a little bit less commitment, but still a high-value potential play there. Taking all the risks, and this time it almost pays off. Not this time, unfortunately. This one wasn't really close at all. As Showmaker just walks up here as Lucid goes in with a Crescent Guard. Walls off Faker, but not really. Faker avoids the stun, and then watch this turn. Showmaker just nothing he can really do. Gets stunned by the Petrifying Gaze. Doran's ult not even necessary there. And now FaZe here sees an opportunity to try to ult Smash out. Because he hits those shots, Smash gets super low. And I was saying, well, he's back. He can't go back to the lane. It's doomed. So yes, he survives, but he can't go back. But Smash, with Lucid coming over, says, yes, I can. FaZe hides, gets Tri-Brush vision, and flashes the wall. So I guess in Smash's defense, it was a pretty sneaky play from FaZe off screen there, but he still dies.
Yeah, I think it's a good read from FaZe. You know, career hasn't been bought all too often, so maybe he says, you know, there's probably not a Warden here. Or at least he says, if there isn't a Warden here, there's a free kill for me if Smash is going to greed for the wave, which he did. And a nice play from FaZe sets him up for his third kill. And it just feels like all the carries are getting fed on the side of T1. Outside of course, our top laners, who are just kind of Yumi emoting themselves while having their own game of League of Legends. And yeah, DK got the first Drake, but the second one goes to T1, and it's Hextech Soul, which is huge for both sides.
We have seen some pretty big throws across Rise and Legend. But I don't know if there's one big enough for the game state that D+ find themselves in here. They're going to try to punish FaZe. He does not have Flash.
Oh, but he can dodge. Utilizes the walk strategy. Nicely done by him. If he gets hit by that with no Flash, I think he just dies as he is alone. Meanwhile, in top lane, Faker considering it, but pings do come down as they do know he's there. Do they know about Owner, though? As we're looking for just a straight-up dive underneath the turret, just going to tank it up is Owner. Miasma comes down, ult is there as well. Owner does commit to the flash away, but I think he was always dead with that last shot.
Yeah, Shu had turned his attention to Doran as he knew that shot was in the air. As he does end up dying here. Can they get a desync on the backs? Just barely not. Doran's going to actually commit a TP for safety here, knowing how close those members are. FaZe is 2 levels up.
He's got a Shen with him. He's like, oh, he did.
Asteria stunned, it looks like, by Showmaker there.
I guess he must have, yeah. Searching for Smash. Third shot, fourth shot is going to hit. And again, you don't have to kill him, but if you get him low enough, maybe you do what you did last time.
Yeah, FaZe doesn't have the flash to make that happen a second time, but effectively, Smash losing a lot of that farm. 30 CS down now, 2 levels down. We'll make it 1 in just a second at the end of that wave. Actually, not quite able to, but effectively, right? I mean, we're looking at a bar of experience in the lead here for FaZe. And this game is so easy to play out now for T1. Like, they have all the control. They're accelerated. As this initially was played really well by Shiu, right? Waits till the last possible second till Doran's used all of his abilities, gets an amazing trade, gets all that lifesteal back, and still has his flash for the defense. Doran takes that extra turret shot too. And when Owner goes through, he just does too much damage. And that last turret shot, he's not able to avoid, tries to flash anyways as kind of a visceral reaction there, but down he goes. So that's the only good news. That's the only kill for D+ in this game. And
yeah,
it's going to take a few more of those.
The Shiu stripe of 180 gold. And now he's looking for Faker, but Faker's actually baiting this in. Career's here too, though, so it does look like Shiu is safe for now. Big group up down on the bottom side of the map. Lucid's here as well. Carry even going to heal just to try to get out of this one.
I think one of the things that T1 have been so good at across this whole, every variant of this roster, right? Since Danny left the team and they solidified it, is knowing how many members they need to push a side lane and how long it takes for them to get there. So it's really hard to punish this team. This team is known for when behind, Faker gets caught, air quotes, but then you lose the entire enemy team, or the entire enemy team gets wiped because you rotated over faster. The enemy team misunderstood how many members of the map you had and where they were. And so when you're ahead like this as T1, Faker can push hard, FaZe can do what he wants. In fact, might even look for a potential play here onto Showmaker right now with the mid control he had. He doesn't fully commit. But my point with all of this is that how do you find a punish with this draft as D+? You got the long-range Bard ultimate to try to catch somebody, but it's something that buys, like it takes so long to get the follow-up that it gives T1 even more time. They've got a Jhin who's in the mid lane and has mid-prio, who can impact either side lane pretty quickly because he's just so long-range with his ultimate. And the Vi just means that she can lock someone down so long in any potential play that D+ try to make, and it's really only the Aatrox that's a threat right now. At 4D+, you're just hoping for a late game Ezreal, maybe some Anivia catches in a team fight, or that T1 get greedy and mess something up.
Yeah.
But I just don't think that's likely. Showmaker...
Speaking of getting greedy and messing something up, it looks like it's going to be Showmaker to be the first one to do that. You see that Lucid was going top, and then he went away from top because he's like, yeah, you're dead. Nothing I can do. Even a TP committed to.
So they made this happen, T1, while having control everywhere else at the same time. So there isn't really a cross map. I mean, there's a Shen holding bottom, so that's not ideal. But she wasn't really able to get all that much done here either. Scary is trying to taunt him under turret. Maybe FaZe is caught. No, again!
Oh, even the flash gets responded to. It's still a good trade for Career to get FaZe's flash, but FaZe just feels unkillable. Like, he's just dodging everything. It's so annoying.
He doesn't build Ghostblade for the damage. He builds it as a counter to the Tempered Fate. And now this Dragon is attempted here by D+. Big rotation over from T1. Doran has TP as well. And they're just going to have to bail out of the area.
Career? Yeah, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Already used his magical journey, flashed in mid, and yeah, I mean, he got FaZe's flash, but also he died because of it. So now, first Hextech Drake is going to go over to T1, and they're really running away with this one.
I'm going to go back to two things that CV Max said. Okay, I've got two quotes from two different parts of this passage. We're not just a strong team, we're the best on Earth. But also, there will definitely come a time where we stumble and struggle. And in this first game, I think we have reached that time. Career uses Magical Journey early and does not have flash from the additional play made onto FaZe earlier. So Doran's flank TP catches him, and he goes down. And now not even the Aatrox has a lead here for D+ Kia in this one. They're just broke. 2 items for Smash. It feels like it's just so far away. Nice try.
Yeah. I mean, it is. He's almost got his tiers stacked. So, you know, eventually he does get it. But, again, you know, this Cassiopeia could have been a target, but Faker's going to have 2 items completed himself with the Seraphs. And Yeah, I mean, everybody else is quite strong at the same time.
Smash missed 2 abilities. Pays presses Ghostblade. He's like, if you want to stick around, Smash is going to have to leave, or at least walk away in respect. They do not get the punish here on the Pays either. And Lucid is 0-2-0 in this game. Hasn't been able to patch any of the holes. They're going to have to send Shio away. Like, Doran has this full turret on lock.
He's even denying minions. I mean, you might as well if you want to play 100% correctly. But it's just funny because
it doesn't feel relevant.
They're already so far ahead.
Yeah.
I suppose in the top lane, Doran isn't like massively ahead, so any bit matters. Speaking of which, he's up a level. He's going for the kill on the Shio, who does have ult and flash. Doesn't elect to use either of them, as Doran doesn't have any kill pressure.
You don't kill the turret. Also, it means that Shio kind of has to feel like he needs to go over there to get the minions. Then you kill the turret, you start trading with him, and he doesn't like it, and then you lose half his health bar. And it's just, it's a miserable time in a side lane like this because you don't have any control on the map. Like, Shio could have tried to look for an outplay with his ultimate there, but he's like, I need that. I might need that for an upcoming fight. Any fight that we could take, any opportunity. I want the ult there. I don't want it in this scrap, in this isolated moment against Doran where I can't defend this turret. But it's just these small advantages stacking up after a huge one now for T1 as they're just not making mistakes. They're crossing their T's and dotting their I's across the rift here. Look at the vision top side. They're now setting it up bottom side here, taking the blue buff away. And the only thing left to wait for is Hextech's Soul Point. And during this whole time, they're chipping away at this mid turret, setting up that vision, not giving D+ any way for Lucid to make a flank angle happen. No Showmaker wall angle they didn't expect. No sort of Bard jumping out of a bush and setting up a 2-man into Lucid cutting somebody off with a Crescent Guard. Just imagining these scenarios that aren't going to happen in real life that T1 are already prepped for. Like this controller that's going to spot the exact path of Shio, and so Doran can just keep pushing forward. It's all these little things.
At this point in time, I mean, if you look at the items, T1 do have a massive lead, but we got 2 items on Lucid. He's going to be going in. They're looking for Pays as Greer ults him and saves him. And here comes the Shen. Carry is just right there to press his R, and it's an easy turnaround for them.
In the imaginary scenario I laid out, it was Tempered Fate, and then the Crescent Guard cuts them off. They did it the other direction, and the Tempered Fate does not, in fact, help them secure the kill there. It gives T1 more time to respond. And now T1 are just going to do Baron practically on spawn. The enemy jungler off the map. It's not a 50-50. It's not a risk. In fact, it's optimal.
He's just going to kill Career too. Gets on the magical journey, actually, so he barely gets away. But yeah, that's Baron at 21 minutes. A little T1 Baron action as now vision and a kill. Pays just not really missing these, although he misses everything else on the smash. And Doran is rotating over to try to catch Shio, who has his flash. He's just going to back.
Doran doesn't have ult, so he can annoy Shio, but
yeah,
killing him is probably out of the question. Wow. This has been just a big showcasing of how to take a big win in the early game and extend it into such a massive one. As we'll go back to the attempt here from Lucid. Flash is on to Pays. Looks for the Crescent Guard to push Pays away, but Owner gets pushed away instead. And the taunt comes through. And Career's ultimate really doesn't impact the play. Career then caught by Doran, gets away until Pays, who's on Baron, is like, I'll drop Baron for this, hold on. Got my sniper rifle out. Blue trinket, goodbye.
Yeah.
Hit smash right afterwards just to prove a point.
That's something that Career can factor in, by the way. Like, he needs to know that Pays is nearby, that there's a Jhin on the enemy team. He is backing when they still have vision of him, right? Even though the blue trinket came down just to make sure. And it just felt like Career just trying to get a quick back, but it ends up paying the price for it. Level 16 Doran now up against 2, maybe 3, as Career's making his way over. But that is Ambessa trying to dash his way out of the situation as the wall, not great, and he taxis in and taxis out. See you later, says Doran.
He added a few dashes to Ambessa's kill on that one, and he's just going to get out. As meanwhile, T1 are taking the whole base. Herald's going to charge into this bottom inhibitor turret, mid turret down. Faker's going to make quick work of that. Faker is 3 levels up on Showmaker, at least briefly here. Is maybe this time they can punish FaZe? Maybe this time they can punish FaZe?
Well, at least he finally hit him with his Tempered Fate.
They almost got his flash!
Yeah. Faker has flash himself. Is just going to sit here and look to fight, actually, up against 4. Just holding onto his flash, I suppose. And there it goes, as in comes the Shen. And now locked down by everybody. As even Pays trying to shoot down Smash with them in his face. T1 are down members in this fight. Pays goes down, and all of a sudden, a weird wonky one. Stun comes in from Showmaker. That's another shutdown, and a lot of gold is given to DK for free.
Maybe one step forward here for D+ that they desperately needed, as we are going to still continue to fight for red buff here.
Yeah, trying to take down the Xin Zhao as the Crescent card comes in, and he's dead. And so Showmaker goes down to his egg. TP comes in, and this is getting weird. At least a couple of kills go back the way of T1.
Can't really come in and fight the way he wanted to. Has his ultimate coming back up, but doesn't have 16. Thorin doesn't have ult, but I just don't think this is a fight you want to extend. So, in the T1 circus, often Faker is the ringleader. And what I mean by that is he sets up these plays where it looks like you caught Faker, but then the rest of the team shows up. He gets the Shen ultimate, he flashes over the wall, they got the double taunt, and the ult's coming out from Pays. Like, this is, frankly, a beautiful way to turn this one around for T1. Unfortunately, they're still down members. Owner's a little bit too far away. Doran is on the top side of the map and isn't here to help out, so they're just a little bit too split. But at least the core of that play was pretty incredible, but ultimately it ends up giving D+ a small bit of money back, which is all washed away here as they continue to try to contest for their red buff. Showmaker will lose his life and his passive on the play.
Yeah. You can see what the idea is there with like the TP coming in, and they're trying to essentially bait the last 2 members of T1 into a fight. But the issue is Mbessa and Fai love fighting in a Xin Zhao because they just don't care about his ultimate, and Lucid barely at the very end cast his ult and immediately died, so it didn't even end up mattering. He just got burst down, and after that they got Showmaker, and one by one the dominoes fell. So whatever step they took forward, they took it back once again after giving up those kills.
D+ haven't lost a game like this in a while. You know, where it's just a complete untouchable enemy. You lost the early game, you got outclassed. In this case, it was at a big team fight early on Dragon, and the second failed team fight where they just gave T1 too much of an advantage. They basically just sent it. They were like, all right, well, we're behind. Let's try to make something happen. Hail Mary fails. And the rest of this game is with them just playing catch-up. Real question I have now is, what does it look like to bounce back from a tough loss for D+? Because we haven't seen too many recently. And I think for D+ and for CV Max, you got to just say, look, we took a bad Dragon fight. We were super close to winning it. It didn't work out. But if we had won that fight the way we planned, the game might look totally different. It might be T1 on the back foot for this whole game, and we might be just in complete control. So you got to try to, like, keep all of this part of the game out of your mind, because you're making the best plays you can, but T1 just have way more tools, and they are outplaying you. And you're seeing plays like Pace sniping career that shouldn't happen, Smash getting killed, getting flashed on, some decisions that were made around red buff that are a little bit too greedy because they're just trying to make desperate plays. But I think you got to just delete all of this from your memory after this if you lose it. But for now, the Nexus is still alive. Those inhibitors are still up. We still got League of Legends to play.
I mean, there's a famous quote, I forget who actually said it, but it's like some of the best players or pros in any sport have a really short memory, because it's exactly what you're talking about, right? You just kind of have to forget everything happened and go into game 2 like it's game 1 and essentially just play game by game. And, I mean, D+ are definitely better than what we've seen so far today, so I'm sure they know about it too. As now looking for a play, Smash totally isolated on the top side. The ult's late from Career, and he's just magical journeying for himself. This is a total wash in favor of T1, as they might not even go for the Dragon. Maybe they can just end the game.
A D+ in this team fight looked like one of those bosses in an old video game that has a big glaring red weak point. They found Smash, and they hit him on his back on that red button, and he died. And D+ just fell apart. No setup, no control, nothing in this fight. and Shield will be the last remaining member to try to defend against the onslaught that is T1 here in a 28-minute win. He's going to TP to the turret.
He got a shield, I guess.
I guess so. He's going to try to brawl it out as Aatrox.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. I think the 9,000 gold worth of money that T1 has ahead of him is more than enough. And this game one was kind of over for about 20 minutes, but T1 play it out, and they play it out pretty well. A couple of oopsies in the mid lane, but doesn't really end up mattering as they're too far ahead, and their comp was very good from that position. So T1 looking good in game number one.
The horrifying thing, the exact thing I was talking about when I was like, how do you punish T1? That moment where Faker is caught, right, on Cassiopeia, has the Shen ultimate on top of him, he flashes the wall, pays his ulting in. That type of play just lets T1 take these leads and push it so incredibly deep, so far, and they're so safe where you think you catch them, and they just already have the plan. They're 2 steps ahead of you. Yes, they did win that fight, and yes, Faker did go down as Paige secures his 200th win, the 10th AD carry in the LCK to do so very early on in his career. But that's what's so scary about this roster. And they do it when they're behind, but when they get ahead in an early game like that, that's why we were calling it over early. This team just does not let go, and they do not make mistakes. Doran tops damage on the Rift on this Ambessa, as D+ this didn't really get to fight all that often.
Yeah, well, they did fight very often early on, and then after that, when they actually had items, they weren't really able to do anything with them. So, yeah, very one-sided game, not much else to say. I'm sure that CV Max, though, will have tons to say about the way that this game one went, as C+ Kia will go back to the drawing board and show us what they're actually made of, surely, in game number 2. And we'll have to see what that looks like after a break.
여기 개 나오긴 하네.
이거 이제만 볼 수 있긴 한데.
시청 걸 때.
천천히 가고. 애니메 보자. 애니메.
여기로 볼게.
애니메 갇혀 있다.
여기.
볼래 봐봐.
이제.
애니메 봤어.
아래도 볼게. 아래 전체 봐줘. 봐줘.
가도 볼게.
나 안에 혼자야.
아, 빨리 또. 야, 아래 애니메. 잡았어. 미드 가자.
짜오? 안 되나?
미드 가자.
가볼게.
오케이. 공 되기네.
오케이.
봐봐.
예쁜 몰라.
끝났다 이거.
보인다.
끝났다.
오 예.
야, 이거 그냥 끝내. 가봐. 나 얘 잡을게. 얘 잡았어.
하다. 미드 할게. 어때?
From Closer finds the electric piston and down goes the Annie solo kill for Closer in the mid lane.
일단 우리 날 잡았어. 천천히.
Oh, okay. Closer just gonna kill Roma for the second time here on the top side. He doesn't need any friends to get that one done. Even even though there's a 3,000 gold lead for Closer. Again, isn't he? There's the perfect execution. Tibbers goes down, but he's the third solo kill in a row. The power of this Ezreal that has been a big problem all week long. Canyon looks for the angle towards base, Omega and Bonobomb. Can they kill him? That's the question. And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no, not yet. As down goes Canyon first. Pressing guard for owner, and T1's war machine is rolling over Genji. It looks like that 2-0 you were talking about.
근데 테라피 5인공인 거 알아? 테라피 5인공이었어? 아 진짜? 감사하네.
All right, they're gonna try to press the button. General direction of Gnome with that on the hunt. On the flank there, they take down King, and this time around, he's still there. And they go to Hercules! And the Bastion comes up in the last moment. Not able to deal with King, world champion, by the way. They're trying to take core of Cousins. And there's the flash. Looking for the kill, actually. On the club. He lines up free! And the wobble combo gets started early. Maker super low. And that'll be a double kill for BDD. Make it 3!
Bobby, can you make this one happen? As there is the Baron in the back line. It is going to be the Anand taking down the Baron. Goes down, there is the quadra kill denied, and it's a full house, Fenrir full of Cousins.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Any doubts of T1's current form were erased in 8 minutes or even less as T1 go up 1-0 over the greatest team on earth, as it was said earlier. D plus Kia have had great form. They have the longest winning streak in the LCK, but they took the L in that one, and that wasn't them accidentally losing. That was T1 firmly handing it to him here.
T1 super decisive in this game. Honestly, this is kind of the best individual game we've seen from T1 in a while, so if they can maintain this form, they're going to be in great stead. The concern for D+, you may think, oh, it's only one game, but losing any series for D+ is a really big hit because they're still, despite their great run, at the bottom of Legend Group when they need as many wins as possible to climb that way up, so really want to bounce back in this game too.
I feel like game just dismantled from their early play, just one single Drake fight, and I think that was just the that was just all. Like for me, they just overcommitted so hard, so they couldn't really just bounce back after that play.
All right, let's dive into it with some of the reels from that last one. We kick it off early on, 4 minutes and 30 seconds into this one in the bot side of the map.
So this is one of the dangers with Bard, is that obviously you have a lot of tools to disengage with the magical journey, but here you're caught away from the terrain, and the burst potential of the Jhin and even the damage from the Shen just enough to take Career down and catch him off guard.
And yeah, and also this is the play I was talking about, and DK, they tried to kill the Drake because the fact that Lucid had 1k damage on his smite and Honor did not. So I think here they tried to just finish the Drake, but in fact they were already in a good position. They fully committed on Xin Zhao here, but Career is gonna block the Jhin W. So I think here Lucid is completely fine, and I think they're gonna win the fight normally because Honor is already half HP. They cannot finish the Drake because they have 600 on their smite when Lucid had 1k damage. So I thought if they just play this fight slowly, then I think they could just win the fight. But you can just roll the clip from here. Instead of that, Lucid fully commits on the Drake, which makes their position really bad. So Lucid is gonna die in the pit, and Smash had to overcommit as well, and they couldn't even kill the Honor or Paze. So after that, you could not do anything because you already lost a flash on Lucid. You use all the summoners from their bot lane when they're playing Azure Bard, and also Showmaker dies and lose his passive as well, and they just got everything. Like T1, literally, I mean, they missed the Drake here, but they just couldn't do anything after this.
Yeah, definitely. As you could see, Wadid with the telestration skill set to break that last one down. And that was our first fight, Hawks. There was one more that really told it. And we're not talking about the circus that happened at 23 minutes when the game was already at hand. We're talking at 8 minutes here at the Herald.
So I think this one also comes down to setup on the objective, because we actually see it's D+ in this clip who get to the grubs first. They have control of the area, they have vision set up, and we end up seeing Showmaker moving back to mid to deal with the wave. And if we actually stop it here, this kind of abandons his team because you're so good at controlling areas as Anivia. If he's playing around where Career is, they can actually block access for them getting in. But instead, if we play it on, Showmaker ends up being a little late because he's focused on the wave. We end up seeing Carrier wrapping round, and we can see that Owner and Faker both just move in here. So as the clip continues, Bard can't really stop them from moving in. This puts pressure on Lucid, who has to back away. Showmaker is here now, but doesn't get huge value from his ult. And then they instantly focus onto Lucid here. Good dodge from Faker there on the stun. He takes out one target, and already a man down. Things are just not in a good position for D+. So I think making sure that they couldn't get access, couldn't make an easy way in, would have been really valuable, especially because Showmaker could have played around that line brush with the control ward and stayed out of vision.
They're just doing the two plays at the same time. So if you want to contest the mid wave, then they should not start to grub. Or if you want to start the grubbies, then you should come over to the grubs and then block the way, as Ox said. So I think D+ Gia, they tried to savage so many things at the same time, which what happened in the Drake as well. So if you just coordinate what they want to do at the same time, then it could be so much better. But right now, it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I also really like that you called them grubbies.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to add.
Y'all, the production value going through the roof thanks to Wadid and Ox. T1 up 1-0 over D+ Kia. The big question that I have for the casters is, did Wadid curse it during the Wado or Wadon't segment earlier in the pre-show yesterday when he did pick D+ to be for real? Wadid. Little sus. What do you think, Valdez? What do you think, Wolf? As we send it over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. My personal opinion, I don't know about Wolf, is that Wadid he's very sneaky. You know, this is the kind of guy he is. He really wants to make sure things happen according to his plan. And of course, it was a planned curse. Absolute 100%. Not a doubt in my mind.
I kind of just think it goes back to the early plays that were telestrated and explained there. I think it was about T1 getting good punishes of D+ with some haphazard choices that were made. Not to say that I don't believe in curses, but I really don't think it had a whole lot to do with what happened in this one. I know that's an out there take, but one that probably Chronicler enjoys, especially considering he knows that D+ are in the struggle zone right now, which is where Chronicler has spent most of his time trying to watch them succeed. And heading into the second game, it's all about that mental reset we were talking a lot about through the remnants of that game one. You said it. The game was over for about 20 minutes, but T1 just didn't give any quarter. They didn't make any mistakes. They kept being oppressive. And as we move into a reset here for draft, the choices that D+ make here are going to define what the second game is going to look like in terms of what's Showmaker playing. Will they have picks that will have the agency to be able to control early fights? Or will they have to be, again, like we saw in game one, trying to find desperate plays to get their way into the game? Because that's not really the D+ that we have been watching over these last few weeks, where we have started to believe that this team is legit, this team is the real deal. They were not in game one, and in game two, they will opt for first pick.
Yeah, probably a good idea. I mean, there's still a lot of OP stuff left available and a lot of things you kind of have to ban against both sides.
They freed up a Bard ban.
Yeah, I think that's actually very valuable. It was definitely going to be picked if you weren't banning it, that's for sure. So didn't end up being too spicy, though, from that far behind. Going to go ahead and ban probably Nocturne, Poppy, Camille again, unless they want to grab Camille for career.
They're on the same side. Same first pick. Camille will be banned by T1 this time. So that makes the decision to ban it irrelevant. So they have an extra ban this time around. Orianna will be banned by T1. There's no Vi, obviously, to focus on either. No Cassiopeia, no Ezreal. And the Bard we mentioned already. So have a unique spot here. We'll see what they decide to take away. As Jarvan could be potentially what you want to take away, considering you're not necessarily going to first pick it here. Time ticking down. Akali. That's a safe ban in general, just against one of our best performing, if not the best performing Akali player of the split. In the nano screen right there.
Some pop-offs.
Yeah.
I think Lee Sin's a good ban. It's very good for both players. So if you don't have first pick, definitely something. If you've got a little extra room, you can ban away. And
I don't think it's a first pick Jarvan angle, but also it's not an obvious first pick in general. The Jarvan is the highest tier jungler left up. See what the response is going to be for T1, because they could just lock a strong bottom lane here. Or get whatever Faker's mid pick is in the counter pick jungle.
Dace was first banned by T1 in game one, and now it's just wide open if they want to pick it. Olaf is still up, though, and Lucian as well. So Lucian, Milio.
You know, you can often go just slam the Lucian. Did not expect the Shyvana. If that is in fact locked in. It did not do the animation, so not 100% certain about that. I'm going to guess that it's a visual API bug, and we'll get the confirmation in just a moment since the time is still ticking. Will be the Jace that you mentioned instead, which makes a lot more sense. There's no Kanavi playing today. As the Caitlyn response here from Smash. And remember, Smash is an ex-T1 player, played behind Gumayushi, who has one of the most iconic Caitlyns across League of Legends history. They'll take the Caitlyn Lux right away from them. And they were not allowed to play last game with the Caitlyn ban from D+.
Yeah, playing this into T1 is almost like sacrilegious. But sure, go ahead, you do you. I mean, they know it's going to be Lucian Milio. I suppose you could go something like Lucian Ami, Lucian Braum. But I think the Milio would probably be...
The Milio is probably just still the best way, because you can flash a binding. You can actually look for more aggressive trades if you have the Milio. That all those other picks you mentioned just kind of don't work into this combo. Can't get access on the Braum, for example. Level 1 Braum, I was talking about a little bit yesterday, but with how League of Legends has changed, it just isn't as relevant as it used to be since we go straight to lane.
Yeah, in Classic, they were like invading each other all the time. They had so much time. It was crazy.
I miss it. I've been enjoying Classic a lot.
Yeah.
But it's a faster game now. The Olaf is still available.
Yeah.
I think they will ban it with the Yorick as the two main potential counter picks here for Shiu to pick up into this Jace. As Twisted Fate is taken away from Faker, they really do like to augment these Lucian lanes with a set of CC from the mid lane, whether that's Twisted Fate or something else. So that's gone now. Do they think they have an answer to Olaf? Because the other pick I was thinking about was Rumble, because they have the Jarvan. And even the Lux can help empower a Rumble if the binding hits a prio target. The Equalizer just gets dropped on top.
Yeah.
You know, you're just stuck in it for so long.
Yeah, I think the ult synergy and range that they have with Rumble with these three would have been very nice. So, don't mind that ban at all.
Pantheon's also a great choice with the Lucian. There's so much burst. The 3v3 is so powerful. Lux is so squishy. As I don't think there's any way you could pick Olaf for Dorn and put Jace mid or anything like that. I think that one, if Siu wants it, he's going to get it. So the question now becomes, what does Faker want to blind here? It'll be the Rise. So no Rise Pantheon, but he still gets his hands on one of his best and one of the more iconic picks here across weeks 10 and 11, especially in game 2.
Also, Cassiopeia and Anivia are gone. They're Fearless banned, so kind of funny that that wasn't banned away. But I'm sure Showmaker's gotten something prepared into this. Could go something like a Victor. Syndra also up there in terms of picks. Tons of pick potential, by the way, with Lux and Syndra, so that is going to be the choice.
Yeah, gotta just have good synergy between mid and support. The Olaf feels pretty predictable, does come through. There's no way to stop this guy from closing the gap. You see that win rate sitting up at 80%, something similar in Kespa Cup right now. It is just the most prolific, sudden, extreme relevant top pick. And we've seen Doran actually have a ton of success on it himself, so he's very familiar with its power levels. Now we're looking for what Owner's going to play here
Kiana?
in this draft. Don't try it!
Kiana?
Not in this region.
Oh, Sejuani.
Not in this region also, not this one.
Remember when this was picked like every single game?
Yeah.
Sedge, Maokai. Maokai, Sedge next game. Before Fearless, of course. Yeah. I mean, every jungler in the LCK can play
if I had to explain permafrost synergy one more time. The thing about Yone Sejuani is that you can stack the permafrost real quickly.
Yeah, Rumble's like melee.
Occasionally, occasionally you get that Rakan. You know, they changed Rakan in the bottom lane. It actually stacks permafrost now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty over all that, even though we haven't seen it in a while.
Now they have Jace melee form.
It is very good with Lucian because you can, set a burst onto somebody so incredibly quickly if they get caught by that. And because they took the Twisted Fate away, it's a lot tougher to get that burst set up. Sure, Ryze can root somebody, but he puts himself in harm's way to do so. But the Sejuani does offer a nice extra front line in this draft that was kind of sorely lacking that. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of it, but I think it can be powerful topside here. And the bottom lane is going to be all about career. He defines it, he controls it. What can he get done? What could he do to set up Smash? It's going to be a huge part of this early game here for D+.
This is a big game number 2. Let's see how it all shakes out as we hop onto the Rift. All right, game number 2 on the cards. Here come the mid laners to the bottom lane. They just saw someone. It's Faker. And Showmaker was here as well. So could have been 3v3. Ends up not being all too much.
Wow, Lucid and Showmaker, a lot of control here. Thought for a moment maybe they'd try to set a trap and have a 2v2 on Raptors into this Rise, but I think it's probably best to just head back. And in fact, Owner will get the Raptors start first. Lucid a little bit delayed.
They're going to play with all this range. Got to get started early, but Smash has already taken so much damage from the double taps of Pays. If you're Lucian Milio, you got to get in there and get those trading windows in as whenever you can.
That starts the relentless pursuit to be able to close that gap and get that double tap. On a pretty long cooldown, as you can see here, 15 seconds left on it. So in these small trades, Smash is basically going to trade a little bit of extra burst to hope to get the sustained damage, but FaZe is playing so back so respectfully here that the punish just isn't necessarily going to come through. So that's a big shot there from Smash this time.
Ghost? Ghosting in, and Faker says, I have the damage, I've calculated it miles ahead of time. As the Q comes in from Showmaker, he has to flash away, and Faker holds on to his own.
Faker doesn't have TP, and Showmaker does, so yes, he's down Flash right now, but there are a few ways Showmaker can turn this into a huge positive for him.
So level 3 gank and bot. Faker gonna flash forward over the Q. Level 3 on the wave.
He calculated it. He knew.
I was gonna say, talk about calculations. That's crazy.
And it's like the Comet is...
He has to stay, by the way.
Comet is in the air as he hits level 3. I'm pretty sure. Okay, all right. You know, we occasionally pull out the hashtag for these, the hashtag things Faker does.
Yeah. I thought you were going to talk about like loudest champions in the game, because Sejuani is kind of up there.
Oh.
After what I just heard.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the skin.
Look at that loose
kind of
win rate,
robotic.
by the way. That's pretty crazy. 10 and 2 on the Jarvan.
Yeah.
So this is from Faker's perspective. Faker.
와 3렙 떴어.
He became level 3. That's what he said. Smash is low and Smash is dead. What happened in bot? We don't know. But we got to hear what Showmaker said, as that is going to be a double kill here from FaZe, just straight up in the 2v2.
FaZe has his flash on cooldown. Let's see. A flashing a binding. Dash forward. Just a follow flash. Just gets the better trade here. Pax his procs his passive. Pax his prosive. Gets the double. And yeah. I'm curious to see what Showmaker had to say about that.
Hopefully not a lot, because that's definitely very tilting. I think Smash, you have to understand what Lucian can do. It's a good play from FaZe, but like, you know, you get hit by the Q, you get hit by 2 autos, you're probably getting in kill range very soon. And we did see that exact thing happens.
See, Career hitting his combo there also just doesn't hurt that hard into Keria, setting FaZe up there, and he needs the follow-up from Smash to really be able to get damage done when he does get a catch. Faker is flashless still, but he's so close to his turret.
Yeah, they saw Lucid here on that ward, and Owner, you know, maybe could have tried to come in and help, but instead he's just farming it out. As the blue buff is ready for the taking for Lucid.
So is it just another one of those games where team has a deficit, but they gotta wait for that late game Olaf? His Career is gonna get dashed on. Owner is gonna be seen by this ward. And I guess he'll just clear it, and that might be the end of the play here. They have control of the wave now. And this Caitlyn lane is not working out.
Yeah, the Sheen versus the Doran's Bow Longsword, which FaZe also has. FaZe is ahead a Sheen. You do not get to trade anymore. You do not get to play the lane anymore.
And Lucid is, he hasn't really made a pass at this one. Did come over the mid lane a moment ago, but got pushed away. Faker saw him. So he's out-farmed the Sejuani. I don't know how much that's necessarily going to mean as Faker, or rather Keria, take a little bit of extra damage here. Faker currently totally fine. Reactive shield.
How close is, no, he just said level 5. I was going to say, because we were getting the zoom in, we were like, is FaZe going to cast his ult? Doesn't need his ult to just chunk out the DK bottom lane.
Oh, the trap.
Yeah.
Not going to set anything up here. It's usually the other way around, but
we got Owner in the bottom lane. We got Faker on the way.
He's got Realm Orb.
What are they going to do about this? There's no TP on Showmaker. The stop, the cancel on the back. And Faker goes back to mid, though, so not committing to it just yet.
Showmaker had enough time to react. I think he probably wouldn't be able to stop.
Career just may have just left Smash to die.
I think so.
In fact, he did leave Smash to die, which, I mean, to be fair, if Career's there, probably he dies too, and you see that Smash holds on to his barrier, so kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, I guess.
Valdez, I thought today was going to be epic. I thought today was going to be a 6 series, a lot of back and forth.
I thought D+Q were the best team in the world. I've been lied to.
Earth.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Doran's dead, so that's one thing. As maybe he's not. Okay, the Undertow barely gets the kill, but he does go down as well. And Doran doesn't even use his Ignite.
There will definitely come a time when we stumble and struggle. CV Max 2026.
Just came a little bit quicker than we expected.
Not just a strong team, we're the best team on Earth. Best team on Earth. Lucid, no
pressure,
flash, but
guys.
got Cataclysm,
No
but
pressure.
Sejuani's here.
Smash is almost dead. And you see that at least the Flag and Drag is going to keep him up against the wall with the binding, and that will be a kill as he is locked down basically forever. And FaZe didn't have any way to get out of that one.
Best gank on Earth. Owner doesn't have level 6 because he's been out-farmed by Lucid. Lucid has a really huge experience lead. If Owner had his ultimate there, probably would have been able to get one back. But instead it is just going to be a pick there. And a really critical one. It itself is not alone enough to get D+ back into this game, but it is a very large victory, especially after that trade in the top side. As Doran comes in here, forces the Ragnarok by going to the skies. And then Shiu just canceled an auto there. It eventually gets him with that last Undertow. As this replay got a little bit janky for a second there. But anyway, going to see FaZe step forward here, and that's exactly what Lucid was counting on. Pretty far away from the turret. Smash incredibly low. He doesn't have the damage to kill him. Smash is able to line it up there.
Yeah, when you're kiting, make sure you're always dropping traps. I've watched other Caitlyn pros with Dagon, and he was very not happy when they were not dropping traps because Smash lays down the trap, FaZe eventually runs out of room and just kind of has to step on one, and the second he does, he's just dead.
And I think FaZe is also thinking, well, it won't have enough damage, doesn't matter if I am in that position where I'll be stuck on a trap and I'm out of space, but when a Jarvan shows up, you're really in trouble if you don't have enough damage to kill that Caitlyn because the damage clapback is going to be pretty high. As FaZe getting zoned here off of this ward, will end up going over to Career, but Career instantly replaces it, which is very annoying, forces a control ward. And there's a little bit of stabilization down here on this bottom side now. It's not like, Career and Smash are going to start dominating this lane, but definitely better than it was moments ago. CS has evened up. Still 3 kills to FaZe means he's very far ahead and is much closer to his Essence Reaver. He's going to ult.
Here's the angle. He's going to get a lot of damage into Career. Double tap, forces the flash away. And just like that, I mean, K-Lux, they have so much setup potential if they can hit their abilities, but if you use a bunch and you miss a bunch, Lucian just takes over.
Really powerful moment there. Gets the flash out of Career. And otherwise, just, as a result, we'll be able to push this wave and get a free back. Small moments like that mean that next time Career is in an uncomfortable spot or has an angle where he could maybe look for a flash follow-up with a root. He's just not in range to do so. Essence Reaver is done. And so it's been tough, but now it's the hardest. Now it is the worst possible time for D+ in any scrap that involves FaZe. Look at the lead here for Showmaker. It is what's keeping the gold lead overall here for D+. Very close, despite the initial massive advantage for T1 at 1,200 gold. Now kind of gone. But the fact that Lucian is the lead is the biggest part of the problem for D+. The fact that FaZe, who is incredible on this pick, has his spike at the ready at 10 minutes, and is ready to keep using it to control dragons, to push Career and Smash out of the lane, means his lead is just going to get bigger and bigger. Unless something is done about it. Lucid was able to get one successful gank. We'll see if he can do more, as we are grouping for Dragon here around that Essence Reaver spike, and D+ showing up might not be ideal. Remember what happened last Dragon? Dragon 1, not the greatest, but they are going to look for a potential outsmite here.
Yeah, Hunter smites the Scuttle Crab. Looks like he's got a second one on the way. And yeah, you got to be so careful with the culling available. FaZe can just poke you out before the fight even begins.
He's got flash, so punishing him is pretty out of the question. If he can just buy space to do one more double tap, sometimes that is just what does anybody in, including the Jarvan. As they are going to now control the space around the Dragon. Shield looking for an ult.
Yeah, and he's looking for the kill. One more Undertow would do it. And the max range picks up the kill. Meanwhile, in bot, looks like Lucid went in, didn't even get to flash, just dies straight up. And now that Dragon should absolutely be the side of T1, especially with Showmaker leaving.
Yep. No smite, so no way to contest. Not even worth trying to fight your way back into this one anymore.
They're just standing next to the Lucian. Not showing enough respect to the 4-kill Lucian right now with Essence Reaver.
So Doran has already shown us that you can be like 5,000 gold behind in a game like this, and then be a late game Olaf and run at the bad guys and win the game. He may now have to be shown that by Shiu, who does run him down and get that max range undertow to connect. As he goes in here and gets interrupted by Owner, and the follow-up is immaculate. Keria gets the kick.
Yeah.
And Faker is already here.
It's those interactions that even guys like Lucian, or Lucid rather, probably might have just slipped his mind, right? He's like, oh yeah, I get the knock up here on an Owner, but no, it's Sejuani. She just dashes into you, and it makes the Jarvan look so silly.
Sometimes you get these replays with the slowdowns where it shows the outplay, but in real time, that happens so fast. While you're trying to make that engage, you're looking for your flash angle, and the kick just comes through, and you're like, that ruined everything I had pre-planned in my mind.
Yeah,
I mean, the reaction time from Keria, how swift he is on it.
It's also like, you know, we've seen a lot of Lee Sin Skarner, and Lee Sins nowadays know exactly not to go straight into the Skarner because you can get impaled and punished and you don't get to dash around a million times. But how many times has Lucid played into Sejuani nowadays that he knows that, okay, the second I go in with a flag and drag, which is generally uninterruptible, or at least, you know, is pretty fast.
Just get Arctic assaulted to the face.
If you get Arctic assaulted, you just die. Probably not fully expecting that he gets caught off guard. And now we have a collector here for Smash.
It's kind of crazy to think of this as like, in a way, the counter pick to Jarvan when you see the interaction, but I mean, Owner has played like 10,000 professional games with Sejuani. Not really, but
it feels that way.
I mean,
it really does.
I'm actually really curious now. Because
I'm gonna guess 30, 36. It's going to be the number, I guess.
I will look it up. It will take me a moment, but I will get it.
Yeah. I think, as well, when you're Jarvan, if you lock down a Sejuani...
It's his 4th most played 70 games.
Oh. I was like, not even close. Wow.
I mean, that includes international games.
Yeah, well.
Across his career.
Yeah. We include those here, on this desk at least.
His top 3 are Xin at 98, Lee Sin 88, and Vi at 78. So I guess he's 2 ahead of where he's supposed to be on Sejuani. He's supposed to be at 68 of those.
Yeah.
Well, this game is back in T1's control after some good play from Keria and Owner there around that Jarvan engage. Smash, 1,400 gold behind. Didn't get his roll quest as quickly.
Uh-oh.
Another kick from Keria.
Yeah, just one kick. Okay, there is going to be some stepping on trappage here from Pays. And so he takes some damage, but he's got a melee.
Owner has ult, so they really need to be careful, too, because they might just be able to get a flash on a flyby.
Showmaker's keeping bot here. I guess they want to dive Doran, but it's a little bit...
I think this is okay if they don't get him, because they're still getting plates, and they're trying to win this race for first turret. I think they know that trying to fight for this Herald is not really going to happen. They can't get access to the pit because of the mid-prio here for Pays and Keria. And Pays and Keria didn't rotate topside to help Faker win this race, so it is just going to be a lot of extra gold gained here. And then now they can teleport to defend here with Shiu. So I actually really like this read here from D+. It's not going to put them into a gold lead or save the game for them. Actually, it's a slight gold lead for a moment here.
100 gold!
But, like, I think that was the best play they could have made. As that's what I'm talking about on grabbing that flash. Owner just setting it up. He's done this at least 78 times.
Yeah, very experienced. I wonder how many games of Rel he has, actually, because, you know, there was
16.
a meta. 16. And then eventually she, of course, did get nerfed to Oblivion, in the jungle at least. And so wasn't playable there anymore. But was very meta dominant for a while. And he had that big play at Worlds, I think.
Yeah.
On the Rel. Flash over engage.
Well, that's a flashless Caitlyn now. So D+ made the call to say, look, we're never going to get that Herald. Let's see if we can get as much value as a Herald might get on the bottom side. Way less valuable turret than the mid turret that's likely to go over to T1 because they got the Herald, but after losing the flash of Smash afterwards too, it just feels so bad right now. If you are D+, T1 have so much control. We're getting to a point to where this 2-item Lucian isn't necessarily at his strongest. He isn't just going to be getting freebies. Speaking of freebies,
this time Owner does not interrupt it, and he was on vision. Should have known that Lucian was nearby. He tries to flash the Cataclysm, gets away. As meanwhile, she was like, oh, this Lucian, he doesn't look that strong. What happened in bot lane, by the way, guys? The both of them are just zoned away by one guy. And this Infernal Drake is up and available. Rift Herald going to be spawned.
Combat Herald potential, but they're just going to use it for the mid turret while they gain prio for the Dragon.
Some money going to go over. That's a missed ult here from Owner as the McHale's comes out anyway. I guess it did its job. Getting the McHales.
They took a lot of damage, actually, trying to set that up. And it got a charge, the Herald did, but didn't get the turret yet. As Smash comes back into position to defend that. Shiu also in position, but he doesn't like it. As it looks like the Dragon is going to go over to D+ here to set us up for a 1-1 split here very late in the game at almost 18 minutes as we move into a Chemtech Soul. And D+ are keeping this one even. They're not falling over. They're not falling apart. And yes, this Lucian is very, very large, but the Olaf is still a problem, and T1 are going to have to finesse their way through the rest of this game. I think they have a pretty nice edge in this one. Not just the goal, but just with the tempo that they still hold. But D+ can get it back at a moment's notice. I think it was the right call to not try to fight Dragon there with the lack of control they had, because if they fight Dragon, and lose the fight, then suddenly D+ are actually just back in the lead, and T1 just don't take that risk. Instead, grab 2 turrets in top and now in mid.
I feel like if it were the T1 Circus, they probably would have just sent it and been like, yeah, we're better, you know, we'd probably win this anyway.
They're on break after that.
Even though Owner's like 30% health, it doesn't matter, we could just do this, but I think they're actually showing a good amount of respect today.
Yeah, after that Faker play in game 1, they're taking a small hiatus.
Yeah, they're like, you know, DK are a really good team. I hear that they're the best team on planet Earth. And yeah, they certainly came very well prepared for D+ Kia today. And I feel like so far FaZe is leading currently in terms of Palm candidates. Had a great game of Jhin. Absolutely dominated the bot lane there as well. Lucian is kind of defining this whole game here. Although mid has been basically kind of actionless. There hasn't been a huge amount of action outside of the bottom lane.
That was a Giga Scryer, by the way. 3 wards found and cleared in that swift moment there. Actually, a lot of value for Keria as he sets that one up. He is the support. He has got the idea of where those wards will be. Obviously, 2 of those extremely obvious, but lines them up.
I guess he's okay. Very fast.
You never know. You never know.
Like, she was going to just pick up that axe and flash on him, and we're like, oh, okay, here we go. But I think Doran was just a little bit too fast in that moment.
We always get the Baron zoom in when T1 is playing because they like to follow along and go right there at 20 minutes, but not in this game state. It's not the same lead they had in game 1. He is constantly threatening this rundown. He's going to get this ward, though, and Doran will respect and even be able to potentially poke him. Potentially.
Yes. He's got potential.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say he's a man of potent. He's quite potent.
Yes.
In fact, on 2 items on the Jace. But not if the Olaf is in melee range. So he likes to do the poking. He likes to stay away from the Olaf. That's a little poke right there. More poke, potentially?
I mean, the thing about this game is that we're just kind of stalling, and now it's Chemtech Soul, so really kind of have to look later in this one, especially with it being so even at 20 minutes. Like, yes, T1 have the advantage, but
I think the Caitlyn right now versus where Lucian's at on 3 items is in a horrible state. Like, it's a trough of, it's the normal Caitlyn trough, but it's in a trough within itself because it's so far behind just in general of this Lucian.
Hurdle.
And they need to, I think, because right now you've got to get out of that, and then your Jarvan engage with the setup. Okay, finally.
Yeah, here we go. She decided now was the moment. Oh no, he's just kidding. But does
or
trip
is
them
he?
out in a big way? Yeah.
Potential poke.
Still has his flash.
Gets the turret, so that's big.
Yeah. As they're going to find someone, it is going to be Lucid on Bush. And he does actually get the nice fat flash over the wall.
Showmaker with the peel from the side.
Yeah.
Keeps him alive there. Huge opportunity for T1 on the cross map there. I mean, it wasn't a cross map per se because it was just a 1v1 there on the top side, but they strike back in a big way after losing that turret. And I was going to say, if they can get out of that trough, right? If Smash gets the 3 items, he has a second item IE, which is a big spike for him, and part of the reason why he's down a whole item because that one's really expensive. But if he can get to 3 items, and Showmaker still in an even state between him and the Rise, the Olaf is still relevant, then the Jarvan setup with this Lux pick really is very strong. I think part of the reason why Sejuani's fallen out of the meta is you kind of are a little bit binary. Did you hit your ult or did you not?
Yeah.
And otherwise, you just, with 80 carries getting buffed with role quests, like they just do so much damage.
Some junglers have been defined in their careers by whether or not they have hit that,
yeah,
that ult, by the way. Like, that's how binary the Sejuani.
But other junglers are still relevant because they can do things when they go in, whereas the Sejuani is like, all right.
Tanky.
But with 80 carries being this strong in this meta, that you just kind of get focused down and killed so quickly as the Sejuani. So I think Owner's relevance will fall off a little bit later on. So they are going to try to take this Baron early and hold on to this lead. And D+ don't have any control over that area right now. They might even be aware this is a possibility, but they're so far away.
They know now, but I think it's a little too late. And Pays is here. He's kind of playing gatekeeper. These 3 members are doing the Baron so quickly, but Lucid gets here just barely not on time. And that is a T1 Baron for the record books. There's a little delay on the backs, but at the end of the day, with Pays not there and the Drake about to come up, DK kind of pulled out of position, and they get fooled.
Yeah, and they wanted to try to turn that delay of the backs into a potential play mid, but the Baron minions are defending the turret. They're going to get this Dragon, but it pales in comparison to value to what T1 get in exchange here. His W is up now for Doran. He's just going to start chunking through this turret. Has a big wave coming through. Pays has this huge cannon minion now pushing the mid turret. And T1 almost even considered to try to get a punish on those dragon-taking members of D+. They're not able to get there fast enough to get either of them. Well, okay, won't be able to get either of them. Lucid does get away here. And T1, they also know that this is not a D+ auto win if they outscale here, but they just want to give them the opportunity. They're going to take the Baron. They get that flash out of Lucid. They go straight to the other side of the map. It's this push and pull. Circus, possible?
Trying to catch Faker here. And there's no knock-up, so he just gets away. Does more damage to them than they did to him. Here comes Owner. That is a Ragnarok Olaf who's blocking the way, so not really much Owner can do. Pays is looking for that IE fourth. And once he hits that, scaling be damned, like this Lucian will just one-shot people.
Say your prayers. Hold your hands together.
Yeah, it is really scary.
And, lest you forget when you stand up and look across the stage that Faker is on the other side of the stage against you. But
and some Lucians, they like to go rapid fire cannon for just the giga range, like double tap, but
he doesn't need it here, I don't think.
With the Melio, I think it's fine to just go ahead and.
I mean, they have so much poke with the Jace as well as this tanky Rise with the Sejuani, so.
Yeah.
This one isn't going to be his favorite culling he's had this game, but it's going to help clear out the wave, and the siege continues. And because Shiu isn't able to wrap around here and actually get access to try to go for a pinch, they just keep pushing. Mikhail's is good.
Yeah, Mikhail's also very good into this champ as Ingo's Doran wants to take the trade and immediately regrets it. Here comes Shiu right down the middle lane as Shiu will take the kill in the solo fashion.
But now T1, though, they don't have to worry about a flanking Olaf, so just keep prepping these waves here. Faker's going to start pushing mid because Lucid, he's here trying to defend and set up across, and Shiu's gone. Like, he doesn't have his ult. He's just pushing topside, so Faker gets the double push through mid. For the next 20 seconds here, they are really maximizing what's left of this Baron. I think it was still a good play there from Shiu, as I think Doran's been relying a lot on these side steps of the undertows and these types of traits. Has a Baron wave here, but Olaf just doesn't care about anything. Like, he really does not care.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he goes in there with the hammer down because, like, it's Olaf.
It almost felt like the command came down from Faker. He was like, I need you to control mid. And Doran's like, all right. Guess I'll go.
Yeah, because, I mean, obviously, if, Olaf's already that close to you, you kind of have to commit to a trade if you want to trade, but If you
usually just don't
want to flash early, that is.
You usually just don't want to be in that range with Olaf. So when you go into it,
the fact that he was close enough to even do that is.
Olaf says, I accept your challenge.
Oh, you want to fight? Cool. I'm so down.
Well, no Death's Dance for Shiu, but he is getting stronger. Yeah. And that is the point where even against 4-item Lucian, if Smash is able to layer just a little bit of damage onto these carries with the Ragnarok and Olaf running down on them, you can win fights despite a deficit. But all depends on FaZe's positioning, if Shiu can get access, when he has his ultimate available. He gets it back so quickly with the Hex Plate, as part of this build with the Stride Breaker, where your whole job in the late game is see carry, run at carry, press Q repeatedly, and right-click on carry. And there's no one that can stop you in this draft from actually making that happen. You just have to stay far away. And you need to be ahead enough to where that's not a factor, as that IE is done.
Torrent's so scared that he's like missing cannons and staying well behind his turret. Because he just knows that Shiu, especially after that last kill, and still having flash, can absolutely kill him under the turret. So I understand playing safe, but Jace isn't really doing a whole lot inside.
This is getting awkward because FaZe has mid-prio, so Lucid, I don't know how much you really want to play this game. He's coming over. They got Blast Cone.
And he's going to throw it straight into the Jarvan. And with the Realm Warp coming on over, they can close the distance so quickly as the Jarvan just gets executed by Lucian. FaZe flashes in, doesn't get the kill, as she will just barely live to tell the tale.
I mean, this might be the opening up of the base. They're not going to commit further, but this is the exact type of thing we talk about with T1. We talked about it in game 1. Like, Lucian's like, I'll mess around with the Sejuani. I'm like, that's the whole team, though. They're going to be right there. They're on you, man. They got Blast Cone. They saw all the angles. Like, T1 is watching this going, look at this. We got mid-prio. Is that a Mega Cone? Yeah, I'm in. You think you can mess around with me? You think you can trade autos with me? He just instantly ults him, Arctic assaults him, and guess what? FaZe just teleports from a mile away and bursts him down with his IE. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. FaZe almost gets Shiu as well. Gets his Ragnarok as well, and that's Dragon.
They just push bot and take inhibitor, but instead they say, okay, we'll just take the safe Dragon. T1 not really overstepping their bounds. You know, this is kind of an annoying team comp to play into when you're dealing with Kate Lux. You get hit by like a Binding or a Scatter the Weak out of just, you know, out of the fog of war. All of a sudden you can die even if you are really fed. But they're playing it very cleanly.
T1 are taking the unfair fights. That's what they're doing. They're like, yeah, well, I'm going to Blast Cone from a million miles away. I'm going to outnumber you very quickly because we have map control, we have vision.
I'm just glad the Mega Blast Cones are being used for good rather than evil.
Well, in your case, that means just not using them at all, right?
Yeah, it's true. I wanted to try a different, you know,
this throwback
angle.
Just never gets old. Except I think probably 90% of the people watching have no idea what we're talking about.
Well, they should watch more of the Pog State.
They should.
That's, you know.
Oh, the small misplay.
Just had a new episode come out yesterday. Make sure you guys are watching that.
Oh.
We had a lot of fun.
Biggest blemish for 0-0-0 Faker in this game was missing that Scuttle Crab spawn.
Yeah. He's really just been rise maxing very well in this game, which is you sit in the side lane and farm and do nothing else.
Sometimes run away.
Yeah, you realm warp.
Sometimes help chase.
You realm warps go in,
Baron,
they
by
go
the way.
out.
3-item smash is ready to fight, but they just, you know, they need to find an angle to actually break through or get an Olaf into position because Shiu is not here. He has TP, but didn't really have a good TP angle. But with that ward getting dropped in the pit, he'd had one, so T1 do back away in respect. T1 are playing this game correctly. Playing not to lose, not to take fair fights that are 5v5 with an Olaf running down, but to constantly have that map control and look for turns that are really tough for D+ to fight. And just like their previous Baron, where they're like, okay, I'm going to sneak this. I'm not taking a 5v5. I'm just going to get this Baron, and then too bad for you.
There are 4 people over that wall, by the way, Owner. He is going to flash away. Scatter the Weak goes wide, and FaZe is the raid boss. Everybody steps up to protect him, and everybody on the side of DK have to just run away, tail tucked.
The wall was the biggest opponent of D+ on that play. They couldn't actually really close the gap there. Everyone was on the other side, but T1 do way more damage over it. Now Shio's looking for his angle. Here we go. It's Olaf time.
No, I don't know, man. They have way too much damage. He's going to try anyway, and he's just going in by himself trying to take out FaZe.
Stops the Baron.
He did a lot of damage, I guess.
Look at what happens when he goes in 1v5. What happens when D+ are there? That's what T1's scared of. That's why T1 didn't start that Baron a moment ago. That Olaf gets in. You are not going to have a good time. Even if everybody turns towards him and blasts him with all of their basic abilities.
It's kind of insane to watch that. Like
he is now down. He doesn't have his ultimate, but it will be up when he respawns. So maybe T1 have a small window here to like, all right, Olaf's gone, try again.
Yeah, 30 seconds until he gets up, and then the TP timer as well. Lucid is right over the wall, though, so that's the one thing you got to be careful of. Looks like they might just go for the flip. As
they're getting focused.
Considering it, but actually they do pull off of the Baron. As you know, I'm not Ox, I'm not the expert, but I'm pretty sure that that Baron is the hunting Baron,
it is the
and
hunting.
it does a lot of damage.
It does do a lot of damage. Also, they are taking a lot of damage from Showmaker, from Career over the wall. Shiu's back alive now, did have TP, so if they had slowed it down, it could have been disastrous. Shiu's like, 1v5? I take these.
Bring it on.
Look at him, just, Hayes is like, get him away from me! God!
Guards, please protect me.
All right, Smash starting to do some damage. He is also heading towards a 4th item here.
Yeah. We go to 32 minutes. It doesn't matter if the Lucian has 2 items ahead of you. You still have a Caitlyn that has 3.5. So, still going to do some big damage. We have effectively gotten out of the trough, although he definitely needs some attack speed. He's getting there.
So, T1 maintain map control. Cannot secure Baron, but have threatened it several times. They're just forcing D+ in these uncomfortable spots, and eventually, either D+ will get the punish, or, you know, T1 will actually be able to find a window where there's no Ragnarok, or they don't have any teammates coming over. Maybe they focus Shiu down, and they can do the Baron. Because both teams are getting stronger and stronger, but T1's, I think their influence is waning, right? Their ability to control this map is getting tougher and tougher.
All right, here we go. Gonna press some buttons. Scatter the weakest dodge, and Showmaker, the double tap. He even tries deflection and pays. Puts the team on his back like he's done all game long, and sets up the play. 3 kills, and they're just pushing mid to end.
GG, as we have a TP here to hold the wave. And I don't think this TP is going to leave Shiu with a whole lot.
They have minions. No, they got 2. Yeah, they have 2 minions.
Yeah.
So that's enough.
Let's see if Lucid with GA can snipe them.
Owner can just tank it. I mean, Lucid's going to have to try. Otherwise, the game ends, right? So there he goes. He goes in, doesn't get the 1, but it is going to go in and die, as they'll take the kill on a Lucid instead. And Shiu's done a good job of holding the wave here. So the game will not end right now.
Okay. Got that mid inhibitor, and Showmaker has TP on respawn. There's no enemy jungler. Do T1 try to 5v1 an Olaf. He is lurking. Doesn't have his TP anymore because he used it on that wave. I don't think he's going to go in. They
started Baron on Vision. They started Baron on Vision, and look how far up they are. The engaged cone Career is so dead. There's nowhere for him to go. Celestial opposition not going to help out. Pace goes in, takes an insane amount of damage from Showmaker. And that'll be the end of him.
That's a bridge too far.
And now Shiu's going in on a Faker, taking the 1v1. Faker trying to just run out this one onto the blast cone, gets away. And they do pick up the Baron as well.
Okay, Pays, you know, on that last play, he turned Lucian into Jhin, except it was a Jhin that did damage. That was crazy. He was a sniper when he went for that flash play. I hope we get to see it again. I think this is going to be it right here. Watch this. Gets the W, calls him. Watch this. Oh, you're on another planet? Is that Earth, the place where you're the best team of? I don't think so. You're in the death chamber.
Yeah.
He shot him from so far away, flashed on him. Auto flew 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
As then here he just runs on the Career, but tries to go on to Showmaker on this follow-up. Boom.
Just press R, baby. That's all you need. And now they're taking the dragon. Lucid's dead. Doran's like, what? You haven't fought me today, have you? Ult comes in and at least gets him, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Doran. And they have Baron. I mean, they could still set up a push here.
The main thing that D+ were able to do during the backs post-Baron was to clear that mid wave. So it's pushed back pretty far. So T1 are trying to operate through the side waves here. Look at where Olaf is right now on the minimap when this happens. This is actually just comedy.
The damage.
Nice try.
Crazy.
And then Showmaker's like, oh yeah, I didn't even hit my scatter, but watch this. That's actually crazy. It's actually like, is that okay? Is that allowed? I think T1 still, though, now that this wave is cleared, have too much siege. It should be able to end.
She was trying to catch the wave, but we got a Realm Warp in as well from bot lane. And they're just going to try to end the game here. Career doesn't have the wave clear. Shiu's going to press his buttons one last time, and he takes out the Melio. And who cares? That's going to be a root onto Owner. Can't quite get in range of the Nexus just yet, but they get the one kill on Elucid. They step forward, and they will end this series 2-0. T1 show them that they are not yet the best team on Earth, and T1 will humble them tonight.
T1 reminding D+, and perhaps more than D+, CV Max, that they've got quite a few more stars than that one that D+ have on their jersey. And they will take them out in a dominant 2-0 fashion today. And bring us to a very quick 4-gamer.
Curious about the Preds, by the way. I don't know if we have those available.
I was a D+ predictor. I thought the form was too good, but it looked very different in today's series.
Yeah. Form is really everything, but form just changes so quickly. Like, D+ Keo were wild today. They were overconfident in game 1. They fell behind in game 2 as well. And you give these guys on the side of T1 an inch, they will always make you feel pain.
It was an interesting second game. I think that D+ had a really tough deficit, but were able to keep the game interesting, made a lot of really good calls and good choices. I think Pays is likely to pick up another unanimous POM after this game. Just looked so incredible across both of them. Oh. Here are the Preds. Ox with Helios. We're the believers. And my reign as top Predator might be waning a little bit this week so far. As I think I'm 1-3 right now.
So like me last week with the 2-10. And Wadid was on that list too, right? It was Ox, Wadid, and Helios. Yeah, okay. Yes. We get his reaction too. So both of our EN analysts today getting it correct.
No worries.
Just understanding that, you know, form is everything, but it changes day by day, and T1 are still a strong team, and D+ Kia are definitely one of those teams that are bound to rubber band a little bit, let's say.
So does this make it more or less likely that D+ beat KT later this
I'd say more. I think if you get humbled like this, you know, we've already seen that their form is quite good overall, although not today.
It's the one time
they're more likely.
Gets shut down really this game. Okay, maybe there was also the time where Showmaker just pressed R on him and he died. He has drawn so many Lucian bans throughout this meta, and this is just one of those showcasing as to why. Not this, but this game.
Yeah.
Because Owner gets soloed by Olaf. That's why they got to ban the Lucian. And Faker had a quiet game, but it was a very solid game. He was everywhere he needed to be all the time.
Maxing.
Managed the waves incredibly well. This was very funny.
And they're like, oh, we can't do Baron because of one Olaf. That's not fair. But then DK are like, wow, we just lose the game because of one Lucian. Ah, that's not fair.
Not fair, but he kind of got fed early. And we all know what happened in that bottom lane. You give Pays an inch, like you said. Give T1 an inch, they take a mile. This was also kind of unfair. I don't know how to feel about that.
나 이러고면서 올라프 올 생각할게. 우리 같이 볼게.
Just talking about how they're going to deal with the Olaf as they push up. Faker takes the minions past the Olaf, so there's no way of holding the wave.
And they have Baron too, so it's really rough to clear.
There's just not enough damage in this comp here, even if Smash doesn't get flashed on by Owner, which he does. So he's hitting a Sejuani, and there's just too many threats. Pays is giggling.
It's a lot of smiles.
Yeah.
I wonder if they were like considering, you know, memeing that quote from CV Max, which is definitely a meme here in Korea. Pays tons of damage as you would expect, gets fed, and ease Lucian. So that's just what you do.
Yeah. Right now, I think CV Max was referring to form of D+, but they did lose to what has historically been, in League of Legends and in esports, the greatest team on Earth.
Yeah.
And right now, they are now in first place with an extra buffer here as FaZe does get POM. Not 100% sure if it'll be unanimous or not, but that would be my expectation. He just had such a day out, as he often does. Picks up his 200th win on AD carry and his 201st.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who else you go for, right? I mean, very obviously a FaZe angle here. Either way, guys, a very obvious 2-0 from T1 as we hand it over to Deer for the POM translation.
Thank you very much, guys, for the amazing commentary. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by FaZe on the side of T1. And with that win, you defended your #1 spot in the Legend group. How do you feel? They were able to reach 16 wins first and defend our first place, and it feels great. Actually, before the match, a fan called a unanimous FaZe POM on their fan sign. And the prediction did in fact come true, so congratulations. What are your thoughts on this fan sign? So they brought that fan sign before the match. They actually prepared it. And even the Jin and Lucian too. Wow. Is that even possible? Thank you. I think this POM is really dedicated to you. Thank you so much. And let's talk about the game. So your opponent today, DK, was on a great momentum after defeating Powerhouse after Powerhouse. So what got T1 the edge today? I think in the bot laning phase, we were able to snowball the game really well, and it went really smoothly throughout the game. We were able to sort of wrap up the game pretty well. And in Game 1 draft, the opponent invested heavily into their bot lane, and it turned into a whether you need to break through with your comp with or hold the line sort of a matchup. So in a debate of which side is better, what was the discussion like? I think just from the draft, I felt like we would actually have an easier time to execute the game. So I think it's just within a lot of those options, we just went for the pick that we actually wanted to play well and we're used to. And with that, you were able to dominate from the early laning phase. So how are you able to stay so oppressive? Well, I think it just went really well. It just felt like everything was going really smoothly, and it was just smooth sailing from beginning to end, to be honest. And with that Game 1 win, FaZe, you reached 200 all-time LCK wins. And it was just a matter of time. It only took you 3 years to hit that milestone, so that's quite amazing. What are your thoughts? Yeah, while we were in the green room, I saw that I'm about to reach 200 wins, and I feel like I have a long way to go. You know, I'm still in 10th place in the all-time ranking, so I hope that I can actually reach a higher ground from that. And I want to keep on going until I reach 500 wins. And in Game 2, the opponent went with the solid Caitlyn Lux bot lane, which is what T1 is actually used to playing. So with your answer being Lucian and Milia, were you pretty confident? I think it's just a sword-on-sword fight. And you know, I think whoever wins the fight actually ends up snowballing really, really fast. And I think I'm just really glad that it went in our favor today. I think that's enough of in-game talk. And on a side note, we saw on another fan sign that they were calling you out for being that young master in T1 Stars, the one with the majestic voice, FaZe. So who do you think fits the center position of T1 Stars the best? This is such a difficult question.
저희는 프로게이머니까 이제 게임에 집중하도록 하겠습니다.
Well, we are professional gamers, so I think we just need to focus on the game.
T1 스타즈로 활동하는 모습을 한번 저도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We're going to definitely look forward to you being an active member of T1 Stars. And you will face HLE in the upcoming Saturday showdown. So what do you think will be the win condition? I think bot will be quite crucial.
잘 준비해서 또
Bot will be the most important, and I want to make sure that we are well prepared in order to defeat Hanalife Esports. And that's all from Pace, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space as it is Pays getting the POM, and Wadid is still frantically looking for his microphone.
Oh, is he? Oh, I happen to have two. How did that happen?
Why are you trolling me whole day from yesterday? I don't know, man.
Where'd it go?
Our staffs were like panicking.
No, they were trolling everywhere.
No, they weren't.
I'm sorry.
You're
They were not panicking.
All right.
Just like T1 fans are no longer panicked, and the LCK has no one that has a streak longer than 3. That is crazy. Like, that's crazy as the 7-game winning streak for D plus Kia is over.
And I think you're always going to lose a game at some point, right? You can't just keep winning forever. I think this is an opportunity for D plus to reflect. They've been in phenomenal form, but we know how some of our top teams can just rise up in form, especially when it comes to high-pressure matches. So better to lose a series now than when it comes to playoffs, but still D plus want to get as many wins as possible to move up the rankings.
But the way how they lost today's game was not in a good way, though, because I think in the game 1 and game 2, both games, they just lost 2v2, like pure 2v2 on the matchup, which shouldn't happen, because I feel like, especially in the game 2, they had Jarvan into Sejuani, which is like, you can literally get help from Jarvan from the early ganks. I think Caitlyn, Lux, and Jarvan, like those 3 have really strong skirmishing on the bot lane, but they didn't even need to like do like 3v3 because they just lost clearly on 2v2. So I just didn't like how they approach this game 2, and especially like you can't really do anything, you can't really get anything out of it. So it just feels bummer.
I think it's clear that even though their form as a team has been up and down, right, and everything hasn't always worked together, the bot lane for T1 have been the strongest lane in the world and are just such a force to go up against.
Yeah, well, Clear's on being KRX, and he plays in top. Let's take a look at the comments here from that last one, as it was 13 out of 13. All bot laner voters. Everyone got it right. Please clap in the chat. Clap. Can we get some paksus? Can we get a clap here? There it is. Wadid, 13 out of 13, or I'll do 13 push-ups for Pays. So you're going to do...
No, he doesn't have to do any.
No, I don't have to do it.
14 push-ups for Pays?
What do you mean?
15 push-ups?
No, he doesn't have to do any. No, we don't want to see that.
You don't want to... we don't want to see...
Clear, you know?
We don't want to see any push-ups for Pays-ups?
No, he can keep that
I think
content
you
on
can
his
do
Patreon.
that because you're the host, and it seems like you really want to do it.
I did chest day already. I can't do it.
I think we just move on to the next comment.
All right, let's move on to the next comment because Ox is very excited to share his.
It pays to be your pal. Because it's if you're on his team, it's good to be on his team. He plays really well. Yeah,
gets you a lot of gold.
Yeah, gets you a lot of gold.
All right.
This
is a good one.
Thanks, Ox.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nothing, sausage.
The man who overcame the greatest quote on Earth. Thank you, Wolf. Again, the greatest team on Earth from CV Max now being referenced itself.
Also, what Wadid said.
Yes, Wadid did say that.
Yes, I did.
Let's see what we have else here from our casters. He's really, really, really good. Cloud Templar, just quite the poet.
Only 3 release?
Only
I mean, surely you could have gone a bit further and given 4.
for sure.
You know, I think 4 would have been justifiable.
I mean,
I
that's
think
3 times more than what he could have put.
But I think there is 3 release because
That's true.
Because they just got 3 winning streaks, right? So there will be one more if they win another one.
That makes sense.
Is that what he did mean, or
I think so.
kind of like when you picked D plus Kia and would do or would don't?
I didn't. You jinxed it, and I didn't. I said I don't trust DK, and you said I trust DK.
You didn't trust them, and they lost.
Wow, I think the lack of trust really hit them.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. I don't care.
A tribute game to Lucian's creator says Prince.
That's high praise from Prince as well, specifically.
Yeah, Prince, a known Lucian user during his career. Let's see what else that we have here from our Korean side of the talent. Even Olaf dies when he's shot. Because I'm not sure what Pony meant by this one.
I think he meant about like even like Olaf normally like he's unkillable, right? But I think like Pace just easily killed him because he's on shot.
I think a lot of people die when they're shot.
Let's see if we have any more comments here. Is that all you've got for counter picks? Umpty says here, as yes, he won both matchups there very decisively.
I mean, I think it was surprising, you know, because we didn't like the Jin Shen in the first game, and we said they might need Ignite to have a successful 2v2, but they didn't need
They didn't need it.
They just literally just killed 2v2 straight up. And also the second game, normally you pick Caitlyn Lux into Lucian Milio to punish that.
Yeah.
But they just overcome it.
You know, in the first series, my comment was about counters, you know?
Yes.
I think Umpty just
Copy-paste?
inspired by my great comment. No, inspired.
Well, why are you so nice to Umpty and not to me?
Because I like Umpty.
Let's take a look at the standings after that burn, sick burn. As here in the Legend group, it is T1 now on top. It was a 2-game winning streak, but did not a 3-game winning streak.
Oh, true.
Oh, so then it makes no sense.
It makes no sense.
See, okay, yes.
But look at the points difference, though, between KT and HLEJ. Now, T1, they're the first place, but also, look at the points that they have. I think it's a pretty huge gap right now. That
so
they have, right?
remember, the 5th place team, only the 5th place team gets seeded into play-ins and has to play there before playoffs. D+, even with this fantastic start in round 3, still trailing the pack and still has to gain 2 series. And if you look at it, they're pretty down in game difference as well. So D+, it's an unfortunate loss today. They need to get back on the horse, whereas T1 are in a pretty comfortable position, especially if their form continues like this.
Yeah, this was an interesting game for D+, because it felt like from EWC to here, they could do no wrong, and here they could do no right. T1 came out firing on all cylinders, and no matter what D+ did, they didn't get any budge here.
I think that's the thing with Legend Group. There are no easy matches. Everyone is going to be a fight. Every team has a chance to just show up in their best form and take you down. So D+ just need to get back on the horse. And Rise Group is just absolute chaos. But a reminder, DNS are unfortunately now out. They cannot make it to play-ins. They cannot make it to playoffs. They cannot make it to Worlds. They cannot win Worlds 2026, unfortunately. So close. So close.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for T1, it was hard to predict that T1 is going to win against all these teams.
I mean, I predicted T1.
I mean, I predicted T1 too, but not in this clean 2-0, you know. I think everyone was doubting T1 about how they play right now.
No. He was down in T1.
Yes. I mean, he was definitely.
Who did you pred?
T1.
I don't remember.
You didn't pred T1.
You didn't pred T1.
This time. Did I not?
No, it was me.
Of course not.
Who did, and Helios were the only ones.
And also, you know what's more crazy? Prince and Coco.
Oh, okay. Thank you, production, for being ready to go with our predictions. I tried to go with recency bias. It did not work. But to cover my bases, Prince and Gogo are 0-4 on the week, so we'll make fun of Prince later.
What about you?
Egon just went with wrongnancy bias. Yeah.
Not recency,
wrongnancy.
Wrongnancy.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, didn't you brand it yourself as a T1 supporter, T1 believer?
Yeah.
Why did you predict DK then today?
Because I thought DK were the best team on Earth. That's what I was told by Wadid.
What do you mean? You jinxed them. I didn't.
let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups as the chaos will continue into Friday. We have more Legend and Rise group action with KT versus Gen G, then KRX versus the Bros. Thoughts?
A Gen G who are maybe ramping up in form, a KT who have looked good, but I still think it's a bit hard to judge them. Similar to D+, there are tests ahead of them. I really want to see where things pan out, and I feel like every single Rise matchup is going to be a banger because there's so much at stake. I think the thing with Legend Group, even if you end up 5th, you can still play through. There is one spot left in Rise Group that will not make it to play-ins, and every win is going to be so important.
I mean, I feel like with AP bot lanes are gone, like, I think the focus is, again, on the bot lane. I think today was all about the bot lane. And also, tomorrow's matchup, Gen G versus KT, I think both teams are just ramping up because they have a solid AD carries now. Ruler just 1v9 yesterday, and Fenrir with his montage play won Yunara. So I'm really hyped about this bot lane matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get to see if Fenrir is able to keep up that form. And you're talking about bot laners, Teddy and Taeyun on the opposite side in the Rise group. Y'all, it's been a great day, and that does it here from us. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. And of course, LCK Feud. Make sure to get here early. Bye-bye.
LCK 팀 프로듀서 젠지 홈팬들을 T1이랑 2대0을 내버렸네요.
MSI 우승하고 지금 정규 1등이잖아요. 이 정도의 경기 내용이 나오면 안 된다고 생각을 하거든요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.